Okay, I believe stream should be starting up for everyone else. So great. Be waiting a little bit, see some people come in, and I guess while we get started, I'm gonna put on some holiday music right now. You haven't used a CD player in a while, so we're gonna be busting this guy back out. And while that goes on, let's talk about what we're gonna be working on today. So, different ideas I have different ideas I have in mind, and there's different things to tackle. One thing I want to do today is do some shader work, some graphic work. Graphics is always fun. Shaders are always fun. What's going on, Motivational Life Official? How are you doing today? So yeah, we're gonna do some shader work today, and honestly, we're gonna be switching gears from the more just architecting things and trying to get stuff functional to more working on the visual and presentation of this game, because I think it's high time we start thinking about how things are gonna look, how the player is gonna change animation states, how we're gonna make the environment look. So I'm gonna start working on that today. Carlos, we got like some the basic foundations are there so far. So we got we got the main menu now, and we have the garage, and we can actually go through different categories and go through different objects here and make purchases and even equip them onto our vehicle. There's no visual representation of any of this stuff, but all the main important things is here, and now we can start switching gears from a lot of the coding aspect and instead just use use the structure we built for ourselves to actually start making some content and start actually working on the gameplay. So we're gonna be working on making this presentation a little bit better, hopefully a lot better. Make some shaders to see. I done this thing called triplanar mapping for other games I was working on, and it's really effective. I want to try doing that, but instead of using the coordinate space of the world to map UVs, I want to actually have it map towards the cylinder, based off of like the cylinder rotation. So yeah, that's the thing I'm gonna explore today and see how that goes around. Always found this super fascinating. I mean, as far as getting the skill set, it's been a lifetime, man. But we're currently on day 12 of making this game, so we're doing pretty good so far. I mean, it's a halfway point. A little stressful, but it's all right. We're gonna see where this takes us. It's for fun. When I use Unreal, any specific reason? I don't like Unreal in general. It has a lot of bloat, and for the type of games I'm making, I don't need a lot of, or most of the features that Unreal offers. And it even kind of is bad because I can't use Unreal for certain platforms like WebGL. So I prefer working with tools that are a lot more leaner, less overhead, and allows me to architect the software the way I want to instead of being forced to use their predefined architecture. So that's why I'm not using Unreal. Not a bad engine. It's just not the engine I like to work with. And hopefully after this game I can switch to my own. Even if just to make a small project, I really want to just start building my own tooling. But that's not building my own engine, tooling, all that stuff. Anyways. But yeah, that's kind of what's on my mind. So I shall also probably build this for Android and start testing this on mobile. That's a thing we need to do. It's slightly important. Making this work on mobile is slightly important. Yeah, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, I suppose. Either way, so shaders. So as you see, we have these environments here that are, and we could talk more about triplanar mapping versus what I'm planning to do. But we have these great test environments that Terrell made, which I'm super happy with. And he's going to be working on some other things. So I have some preemptive considerations for performance and for mobile especially, because like the worse performance gets on mobile, you start ruling out entire devices from being able to play your game. So I have some ideas on how to improve like and mitigate costs of like overdraw for geometry or just drawing geometry that's not going to be rendered. However, this is not an extreme case. So Terrell is actually going to be doing a version of this environment that's like a stress test that just has a ton of geometry on it, and we want to see just how does this game perform, how much does it chug, and then if it's bad enough, or depending on how bad it is, it's going to inform how we go about optimizing, because it makes no sense to kind of just preemptively do it. It's kind of nice to have like a number of like, okay, this is how bad it is, this is how many milliseconds it's taken, and then see how we improve in comparison to that. Versus if we were to just start by doing these optimizations ahead of time, maybe it'll work, but we don't have a frame of reference to understand how much and how well does it work. So we're gonna stress test it, get some data, and work from that. You can kind of think about it as like having a control in terms of the scientific method. Thank you, Distron. I'm glad you dig it. C#, it's in C# for Unity, and then we're gonna be doing some shader things today. So we're gonna be also doing some HLSL. So before we talk about this shader I want to do, I think it's worth talking about triplanar mapping. It's a pretty common thing, but I think it's worth talking about it here so we're all on the same page as far as what are we starting with, and then what kind of change you want to do to it. So let me go to the Discord. By the way, we have a Discord if you want to catch updates on the game or ask questions about game development or whatnot. We have like this whole gym leader system there. So there's people who are, no, are you kidding me? You don't have my login saved? Oh my goodness, I hate you, dude. I hate you, dog. Oh my goodness. Okay, one second, let me get my phone. One second, Discord's being a butt. I should just download it. But I also just kind of don't want to do that. Wait, let me zoom in real quick on chat. Christmas, yeah. Always about Christmas. Okay, let me actually log into my Discord real quick. I was watching Mythbusters today. Great show, great show. Great show. I love Mythbusters. Here we go. Come on. There we go. Come on, Discord, authenticate. Log in. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So here we go. So you're talking about triplanar mapping, and I think an old dev update from a long time ago, I posted some screenshots of early development for Messy Mansion that kind of showcased why triplanar mapping is really cool. So if we go up a little bit, hopefully it's not too far away. Yeah, character portraits. Here we go. So like, with traditional geometry in games, you usually have something called a UV map, where a coordinate saying, hey, this corner of this vertex is going to be the top left of the texture, and this is going to be the top right, bottom left, and no matter how you stretch or deform it, it's going to be, you know, resized to match. With triplanar mapping, we use the position in either world space or object space to determine where the UV coordinate is for the object, which means you can resize it and it's going to be very consistent. So if you have things like walls or slants, I mean, it's going to be seamless. It's going to map correctly because you're using the world space coordinates or some coordinate system to define the UV coordinates. So this is cool, and I've done this already. We already have this in our dev kit, and it's cool. However, for our game, we're doing something a little bit different because everything is cylindrical. We're working within a cylindrical world. So I want to still have this kind of mapping. However, we can't just use a position because all these objects here are wrapped around the world. And the reason I want to do this triplanar mapping is because I don't want to have to worry about, I don't want Terrell to have to make manual UVs for all the objects, and nor do I want to do pixel art for specific UV chords. That's going to be annoying and time consuming. And honestly, a lot of this stuff is going to be so far away, it doesn't need to have that. So instead, what we're going to have to do is devise some way. One second. Let's go here. Oh, I didn't mean to move this here, but maybe this is more auspicious. Oh, do we have people joining already? Welcome, Ranju. Glad to have you. So, let's go to XCaliDraw and discuss the idea here. I can feel the power. Let's go, Renee. It's good to see you, man. Were you participating in an Amiga game jam a few months ago? No, I wasn't. Haven't done game jams in a while. Distro, yeah, here you go. Motivation, here you go. Here's all the info. Actually, here's all the commands as well. There's exclamation mark help if you want to have some commands. Renee collects 10 mana. So anyways. So, in fact, let's use white. So triplanar mapping is taking some kind of position, either X, Y, or ZX or whatever, some coordinate, and using that, or actually, better yet, you're given a surface, and the way I'm doing, a very simple way, is just saying, okay, in which way is the surface pointing? And depending on what surface what axis it's closest to, we choose either the XZ plane or the YZ or XY plane, YZ plane, and then the ZX plane or something. So if you have a surface that's largely pointing upwards, we can make an arbitrary decision to say, okay, we're gonna use the, let's say, Z coordinate and the X coordinate to define the UVs, and we're gonna map that into this 0 space. I forgot how it was for OpenGL. It's not like that, but it's you get the idea. A space where the coordinates either at 0, 0 or between 0, 0 and 1, 1, and that's gonna define your coordinate, right? And if it's facing a different direction, like this, then maybe use YX plane, and so on and so forth. You use these coordinates to define your UV. You got a GitHub? Yeah, but I'm switching from GitHub. I'm moving to Codeberg. So the Cozy Cabin Games on Codeberg, that's where my projects are gonna be now. But yeah. So this is just a normal way of, or a simple way of doing triplanar mapping. Now things are weird here because in our world, we're gonna be drawing the cylinder, this whole area. By the way, guys, since day one of making this game, we started on this board. So this board is gonna be just growing and growing. I think I might make a printout of it, even just for myself, just to have, because it's kind of cool to see like, this is where it started. Why Codeberg? It's not based in the US, so it's not subject to stuff like DMCA, which that's not really a concern for me. And that's not even why I switched. I don't like GitHub, and I don't like, I'm gonna rephrase this. I don't like Microsoft, and I don't like the fact that GitHub is owned by Microsoft, and there's some weird implications there. And how should I say this? I feel uncomfortable with that relationship. Let's just say that. And I don't believe there's going to be any kind of oversight. So I decided just to switch to Codeberg because it's a non-for-profit, meaning that the people who use the service and pay for it are the people who get to make decisions about the platform. So, in fact, if you pay like I think $20 a year or something, you can be considered a member, and then you can vote on decisions for the council, which is pretty sick. It's for free, but it's good to just donate to them. But the fact that I can like open up an account and just throw my repos on there, and they just host it, and it's cool. Like it's like let's go, dude. But so there's that. I don't know, and it's very independent, and it's cool. And also the CLI tools are so better. Like, look at this. For the Discord, we have this Git updates thing, right? And with GitHub, their webhook things look like this. Like, you can't change the icon, you can't change the name. And then with Codeberg, you can not only change the name, but change the icon, and it has like a different formatting, and it's like, oh my goodness, this actually looks so freaking... I mean, this is a minor thing. This is a nicety. But I was like, oh, this is great. I can just do that. Why does GitHub have better webhook stuff? Anyways. But yeah, and I imagine with Codeberg, there's a benefit of, hey, when you delete a repository, it's actually deleted. So, yeah. Hey, good to see you, Morgan. Trying to hide that with a misspell. But misspell. GitHub. But yeah, that's my rationale. That's why I'm moving from GitHub to Codeberg, and I mean it's largely painless, honestly. It's pretty. I mean, kind of painless. There's one little thing I ran across, but I think it was due to just some Linux stuff and not them. And even then, the CLI tool's open. It's open. I can actually go in there and try to inspect like what's going wrong and diagnose it. It was great. Anyways, so triplanar mapping. We got it going. It's got it going on. Also, good to see you, Epixtra. So now we have this new scenario. So in this scenario here, there's like 3 cases. If we have like, let's do the coordinate space here again. A very simple way of doing this. Where this is, let's say, the x coordinate, this is the z axis, and this is the y axis. Basically, we have like a set of different possibilities, right? You either have a surface that's normal with the y at some way, either like negative or positive, doesn't matter. As long as it's largely aligned with the y, we're gonna use the same kind of thing. So if it's aligned with the y, we end up using like the zx plane. And then if it's aligned with like if it's a plane that's aligned with the z, and it's going out this way, then we're gonna use like the, I don't know, xy plane. These coordinates to define the UVs. Like that's literally the values we'll chug into the UVs, and then maybe add a scale factor and stuff for the resolution of the image. And then finally, if it's aligned with the x-axis, then we use, I don't know, the zy plane. So it's a very straightforward thing as far as using positional data. Now, on the cylinder, things are a little bit different. Because x is easy to define. So x is just going to be like, I don't know how I want to draw the axis. It's just along the cylinder. And then z is not even so z and y is where things get tricky. Because z and y can correspond to different positions on the cylinder. So in reality, what we want to have is not Z and Y, but rather have a UV coordinate that is still going to use X as like the position. But now we have to see, okay, like if you have a geometry like this, for example, like a building, what we want to check is actually the distance between the center. So that's actually what we're going to be doing, is like for each part of the geometry, we're going to get like the distance. And I'm saying distance because this is not going to be the radius necessarily. Like we're going to be getting, there's going to be a surface we're rendering here that's going to be like the radius plus certain whatever amount it has, and etc, etc. But basically we're going to be using the distance from the center to define this coordinate, I'm thinking. And that's gonna, and actually that might be just pretty simple, honestly, because we are also having this constraint that the center is always at origin, is always at, the center of this cylinder is always gonna be at X, at Y equals 0 and Z equals 0. X doesn't matter. So we can actually just, I was thinking we might have to do some kind of thing of like converting to get this, but actually we could just plug and chug the coordinate and then just get its magnitude, and then we'll have this value for our triplanar thing. And I think that should be fine. It's not gonna work in cases like if you have a geometry over here, let's say, where you have a building. So it'll look fine for this surface, the front facing surface. It's not gonna work, I think, for these surfaces actually, now that I think about it. So maybe that simplification is not in the cards for us. Maybe it's not as simple as I would have hoped to have. Or I guess we can get, okay, you know what? Let's just implement this current idea and see how it works. I think it should work fine on this surface here. I think in any place where you're gonna have repeated, yeah, let's just implement this. Let's just see what we get if we just try to do the thing. And then we'll address it from there on out. What's going on? Keyboard. Yeah, there you go. That was an unfortunate mistake from me. Thanks, Morgan. I searched up GitHub, and from a summary on Google, they're quite controversial. Yeah. Morgan, yeah, Morgan's here, guys. Yeah, Morgan, you've been well missed. Gotta head off. Stay safe, and have a good one. You have a good one, too. Take care. Also, let me check something. They're saying that my stream is saying that there's an error here. Please use keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are not being sent. What does this mean? What do you mean, funny man? Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Okay. Please use keyframe for frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are not sent enough, which can cause buffering to current frame. Ingestion errors can cause. So what does that mean? How do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? I'm not sure what it requires of me. Also, what's up, EG Sports? Good to see you. Wish I could stick around. Gotta go since I have to study. Well, you have a go, man. Thanks for popping in for a minute, and hopefully your studying goes well. All right. Okay. So, yeah, I think we're just gonna go have fun doing the thing we like to do, which is presentation and shaders. So let's just do that. Do I have a thing here for shaders? Yeah, we're gonna make our own shader folder for this application, or maybe just make it part of CCDK, because like we have a lot of. Yeah, I should just do like a. Why not have like a cylinder, or maybe make a function that maps the cylinder. Can't horizontal and vertical? No, they're separate chats, sadly, Renee. Honestly, I was considering just not doing the horizontal streams, but I think it's still nice to have that. I might just have to, I don't know, maybe I have to upgrade my motherboard or something to have like, cause I should be able to get, it's like down to, the ports only support 2.5, but I should actually be able to support 5, so. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with vertical stream and its settings. Backtrack runs while streaming recording. I don't know what backtrack means. But yeah, I'm getting some errors. I don't know if that's bad or good or whatever, or if it's bad quality. Anyways, so I'm debating if I want to do a function for this. We have a math utility thing here, but I think let's just make a separate shader and then go from there. Create shader. Create shader, please. Standard, no, we're doing an unlit shader. We're gonna call it F. Oh, this is like an application specific thing, but F and F pinwheel. It's not triplanar. What do we? Wheel planar? Like, or cylinder planar surface. I think that's like the most descriptive, name for this. All right, Ryder, open up, my dear, my beloved. Let's close everything else, because today we're just focusing on shaders, baby. We're just doing some shaders today. We're just doing some shader work. My favorite. My absolute delight. Let's open it up again. Here we go. And we should probably open up Cozy Surface Shader. So I think this is what we're using for objects that should be lit. Yeah, so I'm gonna yoink a lot of the boilerplate I have here. What's going on? The vertical horizontal wars of 2152. Now the real war is me fighting to not make this a RuneScape stream today. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's been on the back of my mind, like, I don't know. So okay, here's the thing. I started fixing my laptop to get the audio working because I was like, all right, I really want to play RuneScape on this laptop so I can multitask. So I can do stuff while also have RuneScape perpetually on the side. But I want to have audio. I want to have the whimsical audio of RuneScape. So we started working on making it work just so I can play some RuneScape. That's how it's living in my brain. And I was like, maybe we could take today off just to like play some games again. Why not? Why shouldn't I have another game day stream? Why shouldn't I? It's my stream. I could do what I want. But alas, the urge to actually implement this thing is stronger than my urge to no-life RuneScape right now. It's tragic, I know. This is app data. Yeah, we replaced app data. Okay, this is what we need to delete. I'm not sure. And then there's also Warframe. I just want to play games, dude. Like, I want to have a day to just RuneScape, and then another day to do Warframe, and then maybe another day to do miscellaneous games like I don't play enough games, dog. I don't play enough games, and I'm starting to feel that I actually enjoy playing games. It's crazy, I know. I don't know what's gonna win, guys. The need to be productive or the desire to be a gamer. We'll see what happens. Okay, there's a lot of stuff that happens here. This is probably where a lot of the... Actually, no, most of the magic's probably gonna happen within the... Most of the magic's probably gonna happen in the fragment shader. I don't think we're gonna do vertex lit geometry. Or maybe we should. I don't know. No, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I do want to do vertex lit geometry. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. The way I have it set up, we can just pipe stuff. Did I delete stuff from the cozy shader? We're not doing that. We're not modifying you. You're not meant to be modified. Yeah. We don't have a color field, do we? And we define one up there, so let's just grab the basic stuff we have here. Actually, we have everything there. It's just the color field that we need. Okay, cool. And then finally, we're gonna have a function here that's gonna create our UV chord, which is basically gonna be, what is it gonna be called? We're gonna call it world to cylinder space. And what's the import we're gonna do? Or this is a... whatever. This is contextual. We can just make this calc UV or get UV. This would be direct. No midterms. And then what do? We take an input of what? We're gonna take a float 4 for float 3 for position. I imagine we're gonna need a normal at some point to cover the edge cases I have in mind. And I think that's about it. Yeah. Because like we'd mentioned before, and this should be clarified, this to be world position. So we can do the simple thing of just doing float 2 dot x and then doing actually, what do I want to do here? Magnitude. How do I want to do this? Okay, distance. It's gonna be world position. Oh my goodness, I can't type. We're gonna swizzle it to just get the ZY coordinates. And then we're gonna not normalize, we're gonna get length. And then we're gonna return distance. So now we have a function that's gonna get our UV, and then finally here, cozy light vertex. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some stuff here. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. So 1 second. Awesome stream setup and actual setup. Way to go. Thank you, Daigoro Drigo. Game 3 weeks, 2.5D obstacle dodging side scroller. Yup. Counting only stream days. Yup. Space battle game. Yeah, kind of. Not as much battle. More racing. The cup overfloweth. For real, Renee, it was fun watching him play RuneScape. I'm glad, guys. What's up, Clutch Madness? Are you using NeoVim? I wish. I'm using Rider with Vim motions. Okay, Act. That's not a character. That's not... I don't know what that character is, I'm not gonna lie. I know there's a no in there. I don't know the kanji. I don't know the kanji. I was about to say Hito, but that's not Hito. That's different. That's this with a line across. You have two things on the side. I don't think that's water, or maybe it is water. Anyways. Alright, so we have this function for ourselves. So now it's a matter of defining the UV coordinates. So we defined O.UV equals V.UV, which we're not going to be overriding that. Instead, what we're going to do is... Do we calculate the world space position at some point here? Yeah, that initializes that. We transfer the text. We have the Unity object clip sets of the vertex. And then we have our vertex here, which is going to do a bunch of diverging things depending on how we compile it, whether it's using per pixel lighting or we're doing per vertex lighting. But it provides a V2F struct that's already initialized. It's just that the data in the world position thing may not be what I want it to be. Okay, so maybe we just do some redundant calculations. So we could do like float 3 world equals, because I'm doing something dumb, or maybe I'm not doing something dumb. Maybe I can trust this. We're gonna do world O.world position. Assume this is normalized. Get UV. And then this is position, and then O.normal. And that should be our world space position. Okay, and then now what we're gonna do is that we've created this new shader for ourselves. We're gonna see if it compiles without incident. Okay. So far, so good. Let's make... Do we have anything for materials? Do we have anything for levels? Let's make a folder for... Or maybe just go to levels. And then... Level 1, yeah. Here's where materials are. We're going to create a new material instance. Create... Please show me where you are. Material. Pinwheel space. Or I don't know. Pin. Okay, and then I also want to yoink some sprite assets. We don't have many sprite assets, so what I'm going to do is go to Messy Mansion and get some assets from there. Because I believe we have a plenty amount of textures to work with. Level assets. Actually, where do I have my textures here? I'm pretty sure it should be in level assets, and then we have... Yeah, we have the melt mortal, so we have the... We have this PNG, this one, and we have this one. Okay, let's just yoink everything. Okay, and then we're gonna go back out. We're gonna go to projects. We're gonna go to fight and flight, assets, levels, level 1, and we're gonna just... I'm gonna make a directory here. Test textures. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll make a level that's based off of this. Oh, what am I doing? Test textures, and we're gonna paste that there. Perfect. And then we can access this. This should be here. There we go. We just had to refresh a little bit. So I'm gonna make we have one instance here. I'm gonna grab the albedo. We're actually gonna set this shader to be our cylinder 1, and then we're gonna set the texture to something like emojis. No, T underscore should be a prefix, and yeah, now we have our test texture. We have our test texture. Oh my goodness, you're killing me. You're killing me. I want to use UI. T underscore. Here we go. That should be a good enough one to... It's pretty distinct. We're going to use a per pixel lighting. That's fine. And we're going to attach it to here. The cool thing about shaders is that we don't have to compile and run. We can just assess where things lay. And I'm not getting much information here. So let's see what's going on here. Let's get a little bit closer to this. So we're getting a lot of red. So let's add some factor here because I want to make sure that we're not just displaying like 1 pixel. So let's do some multiplicative. We can add like some term explicitly. So usually what I like to do is like scale based off of the size of the texture here. Where's the function I'm looking for? Actually, I'm not going to do that in the... Oh, maybe I should do it in the function, actually. Do I want to do that? I don't know, let's just do here. So let's start by like... Actually, even better. Instead of doing this explicitly here, let's make a shader property. Yeah. Say size. Size. Make it a range. Actually, we can make this like a range type to if you want to do a slider, but I think that's fine. And then we're gonna add another uniform here. And then we're just gonna multiply our distance by this multiplicative, not multiplicative, by this uniform. Yeah, here. Cool, and then we're gonna go here, and no, not here. We're gonna go here, refresh, refresh. Do we have a new term here? I don't see a new term. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. 1 second. Remo Boy of Day, what's the game about? Geez, let me get back to you. Let me actually just play it right now so you guys can see the type of gameplay we're doing. Oh, what's going on, Melon? I'm banned from the server. I unbanned you. You can join, dude. Yeah, you should be good there, dude. So this is the game. This is how it looks like right now. And we're having fun with shaders currently. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you should be free to join, dude. Gosh, I've been watching so much Posey videos on YouTube about VFD and hi-fi, and I'm just like, I have so many ideas for what I want to do with this, but not today. We're taking a break from UI and just gonna do some fun, hopefully, graphic stuff. Yeah, let's see here though. So now we have our size, so we can increase this by an arbitrary amount. So I can do like 1,000, or I think these textures are like 512, or no, not that big. I think they're like 128. And I'm not seeing a change within these guys. So I wonder if it's because it's due to this. I'm not sure what's going on here. Because this texture we're looking at, for reference, skip. Yeah, like there's not much red here. It's very different variations of brown, but that's about it. But let's see here why that is. Honestly, I might want to even get rid of, you know what I might do? Let's just eliminate stuff. Let's just get rid of variance in our equations here, and let's just make it very simple. What we're gonna do here is we are going to manually calc some of these properties. We're not going to do lighting at all. We're not going to do this. Instead, we're just going to return. What we're going to do is that we're going to return the color directly. Ignore any kind of lighting. And then over here, we're not going to do our lighting pass. Instead, we're just going to manually set these variables here. So, for example, here O dot world position, we're going to actually manually calculate that because I'm actually not. I think it shouldn't. It was a dumb thing I did, but I just did it anyways. We have diverging calculations on the world position. I think I unified it, but I don't remember. So we're just gonna do the thing. We're gonna do, I think it was like mul unity object to world, and then we're gonna have, I forgot if it's v dot vertex, and then we do a float 4 on it. Get the X, Y, Z, 1 for this, and then that should be good. And then world normal doesn't matter right now because we're not actually using that to do diverging behavior. So I think this should be all that is needed to render the thing. So we're just gonna go back here, the land of Unity, and okay, so we're seeing something now. And if I were to go to this material and change this to like a scale factor of 1, hey, do you see what I'm seeing, guys? It's actually like, okay, let's not count our, let's not count everything yet, but it's just working, like, yeah, you see how like so if we did triplanar, this wouldn't happen. This wouldn't be aligned with the surface of the sphere wherever it is. It would be like you'd see the lines going straight across no matter what angle they're at. But right now we have the thing. It's just doing the thing. Oh my goodness. It's just working. Todd Howard, it's just working. Like, even in the scenarios where I thought would be bad, it's actually seemingly kind of just, okay, it's stretched here, which, yeah, that's the scenario I was talking about, where it's like, okay, if it's too many areas where the radius is the same distance, then it's going to cause issues. But because this is not all the same radius, you're still seeing some offset. But this is just working surprisingly well. Oh my goodness, man. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Okay. So, cool. So in that case, I want to reintroduce the lighting. But this time, I'm just gonna... What I'm gonna do is override whatever... So actually, I'm curious as to what's going wrong with this. Why does it break when I do? Yeah, it becomes like very red. And I wonder if it's due to... Yeah, it's something odd with the lighting. It's something odd with the lighting. When I do per vertex, it seems to be fine. It's getting the ambient light. But when I do per pixel, it gets mad. So there's something odd going on here. It's the rules, Professor Mosby, she said, but I'm so used to working on C# and web that this game dev looks like an alien language. It's a very different thing. Kind of different, but also not. Like, yeah, right now I'm doing shader stuff, right? But we go into C# and start dealing more with application logic as opposed to, like, gameplay logic. I imagine you'll see some similar things like shot view. Like you might see some things you might be familiar with, like message brokers and publishing and receiving messages for application state changes. I'm actually not doing that much reactive stuff. But yeah, you can see things like observables. Reactive extensions are something that I think is pretty around in different places. Well, it's a language independent kind of idea. So there's a bunch of different languages that have it. Like there's UniRX, and then there's, I imagine, one specifically just for C#, and then there's C++ reactive extensions, and I know there's JSRX as well, I believe. That might be more familiar. So okay, so our implementation is largely just fine. I think the one case, so before we start fixing this, yeah, the one scenario where it's wrong is on the surface. So we want the tops, because you're going to be seeing a lot of the tops as well, not the sides. In fact, I think the tops are going to be the things that you're most likely to see as a game player. As a gamer, you're more likely to see the tops here. Yeah, I wonder why it's blending like that. It's like all red. What's going on here? Oh, that's from the sphere. Never mind. That's from the play field. But before we do that, I want to address this. So this is a scenario we have to account with. So if we talked, or when we talked about the different scenarios with using positional triplanar mapping, we talked about a case where the surface that we're rendering is like normal to the y, or a scenario where it's normal to the z and normal to the zy, or to x, and then the different types of coordinates we use for that. Here it seems there's only one particular one, so which is like if it's not facing up away from the center of the cylinder, we just use x and distance, and that just seemingly works perfectly fine. Otherwise, if it is normal to distance, we're gonna have to do something different. Again, we can't just use x or y or any coordinate, because there's multiple places where if we use this, oh my goodness. So let's illustrate this better. We're gonna draw another circle, because we haven't drawn enough circles in this project. So you have a circle here. It's a circle. Don't fight me on this. It's a circle. We're just it's like the physics equivalent of, hey, we're gonna ignore air friction. We're gonna ignore friction and okay. So anyways, we have a cylinder, and we have this case. We have the sides working good. The sides are looking great. So whenever we have surfaces like this here, they look great. Or surface like this here, fantastic. And now what we need to figure out is how exactly are we going to get some kind of positional-esque value for the top surfaces, these guys. So if this is like the x and y, this is y, this is x. Well, we can't just use and then or let's say no, this is wrong or bad. Let's say this is z and this is y, and then we have x running around here. For the surface, we could still use x, but for the tops, it's not quite clear, right? And here it kind of makes sense to use z for the coordinates to get something different for each of these values. But then over here, the z position value is going to be the same, and it actually makes more sense to use the y coordinate. So, what is a gamer girl to do? What is a gamer to do? So, there's two options, right? We can do a thing where we say, hey, if the surface is normal to the y, then we use a z component. And if it's normal relatively to the z component, then we use the y instead. That's fine, but for surfaces here, it's gonna get really weird and wonky and odd. So I don't like that necessarily. That is an option. Option 1. Just swap axes. Oh my goodness, why is this like lagging? Swap axes. Axes. That's option numero uno. Number 2. Number 2. We can calculate theta like last time. Remember, guys, how that went last time? We can actually use theta instead. Because the values here and here are going to be different angles, right? Likewise, the values, for here and here are going to be different angles. So we can take the z and y components and derive a theta from it by doing like a sine for this and then inverse cos for this, or no, inverse cos for z and then inverse sine for this. And and now should produce an angle that's relatively different from everything else. Now it's gonna be weird because at points here you're gonna have the UV mirror itself, but I think here for visual fidelity we can just live with that. Like in the context of gameplay, I don't like that, and like for the grid when we had that initial issue, but for this I think it's actually perfectly fine. Now the only thing is, like, hey, do we really want to do sinusoidal functions in a fragment? And I don't know, we'll see. We can do a sine, or actually just say theta. Use theta. So, I mean, the pro of this is that it's not hard to implement either one of these solutions. So I guess we can try this one because I think it's gonna be the higher fidelity one. And if it's bad for whatever reason because it doesn't look good, or maybe like let's say like on mobile just doing these sine calculations, these sinusoidal functions per fragment is just a little taxing, then maybe we just go back to using this or something. Either way, let's just do the nice thing first and then we'll kind of go from there. I think that's just how this cookie is going to crumble. So yeah, let's go back to Unity, and I'm actually gonna undo some of this stuff here because I would like to have, we're gonna ignore the incorrect lighting issues and just deal with this guy first. So if I get rid of this, we should be back to just rendering things correctly. Nice, and you can see the jank that's happening here. So, okay. So first things first, we need to determine, okay, what are the conditions to use either, I don't know, the top thing versus side UV mapping. In fact, distance is going to be used regardless for any of these functions. So we can calculate the side UV. We can calculate a top UV that we discussed. And then from there we can just do a final, we're gonna have some kind of Boolean, I think, to be like, is top. And then we can just kind of, or make this a float. And then we can return a lerp between these values. Oh my god, stop going around, cursor. Why are you fighting with me? Yeah, this is top conditional, top UV, actually no, side UV, and then top UV. So let's first calculate the top UV. Just need theta. So we'd be taking, what would we be taking? What do we do for this? I still want to use the X coordinates for the top. So here we're just gonna do a sign, and then we're gonna use world position .y, because I think that should have the best visual fidelity for what we're looking at. Honestly, you might not even have to do that, because in game you're only going to be seeing stuff within. Actually, no, you can see things from a variety of angles. Never mind. But we're going to be doing a sign world position. Am I doing this correctly? My brain? Am I thinking about this correctly? And then here, this top thing is gonna be, if the normal, we're gonna do a dot product. First of all, we're gonna need an absolute value, and then we're gonna do a dot product on the normal of the surface, as well as, and in fact, we're gonna be using ZY here, because that's what we're using for distance as well. In fact, really, I should ZY position. Yeah, we're just gonna cache that swizzle. And then we're gonna use this ZY position. And then we can set like some, I don't know, arbitrary threshold. Like if it's greater than 0.9, if it's greater than, yeah, it's like if it's 10% close to facing, to being like this, then to facing outside of the cylinder, then we're good to go. Cool. And now this should be good. And then let's go back here. And okay, so far so good. And we're still having some weird stuff. I'm not very happy. So this is okay. So maybe we're not permissive enough here. Is this IntelliJ? No, we're using Rider right now. Also, what's up, Ace Plum? What's going on, Melon? What's going on here? Thank you, Harshitra. The video star killed the radio star. Hey, my art is getting pretty good. Yeah, I saw, man. You're doing some stuff, man. It was good to see. Brother. I use this guy's streams as background sound while I game develop my stuff at my desk. Let's go. I mean, not sleep in your bed, but I'm glad that this can be a nice background sound for you while deving and doing your work. Now, the question here is why? Oh, I know why. And it's because we never passed in a normal value, did we? Yeah, we calculated the world position. We never calculated the world normal. So let's normal. And I forgot how I do this. Like there's like weird implications for world space normals. Or not implications, like two different options with different use cases. But there's a simple one. Yeah, unity object to normal, and it uses that world normal. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. There we go. To world normal. V dot vertex. No, V dot. Is it I dot normal? No, V dot normal. And then why are you mad? We did unity object to world normal. Is that not what the doctor recommends? And this is with the V2F struct. Oh, we're using app data. I think I'm gonna have to investigate that because I'm doing something weird and dumb probably. This is expecting a float 4, right? Okay, that's probably why. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can do whatever with this. I can substitute a 0 value for the normal. That's fine. Because when we do this dot product, I should make sure... Yeah, we're neglecting this X position for this normal anyways. Actually, we're already doing disposal, so it doesn't matter. Okay, cool. Okay. Refresh. Hey, and you see that? Okay, yeah, it's doing the thing. Look. Now you're not seeing the weird stretching. It's actually just tiled correctly like it is on the sides. Very nice. This was okay. No, never mind. There's some weird. I was happy for a second. And then I looked up, and then I saw terror, horror. Literally, the only place where this looked good was where I was looking at. It feels like the world is conspiring against me. Recompile, maybe? Let's try recompiling. Okay. Oh, wait, did I not put the thing at the right time, though? No, we calculate this all before we do the UV calc here, so that's not it. Oh, brother. Hey, Cozy, where did you reach with your game? I started making an arcade game for us, as well as started a game dev community. Let's go. I mean, that's pretty... We started a game dev community, dude. That's a big thing. But yeah, we're doing some surface stuff right now. We closed the loop for the shop stuff, so not only can you play the game, but you can hit stuff and then die, and then now you can go into the garage and you can go and select different components for your bike, and then you can navigate the UI, and then you can make purchases, and it updates the balance of stuff, and it works. We have basic application UI flow. It's all there. And I mean, there's still some critical things are needed, but now we can actually start treating ourselves and work on presentation and making this game look a little better. So right now I need to do the shader thing to validate if the way I want to have assets prepared makes sense. That way I can move forward with having Terrell not produce any 3D models with UVs, because we can use this sphere planar mapping technique, and it should hopefully be fine. Why do I feel like the vectors, the normal is always pointing at like a default value? Like, I feel like this is a product of maybe a bad Unity object to world normal value. Like, do I have to use O dot? No, that's not a thing. It's input. Yeah, and this should be a object to clip position. Yeah. So, yeah, v dot vertex and v dot normal should be object space normals. So that should be fine. Oh, maybe I have to normalize the values, maybe? Yeah, because we're dealing with directions. This is gonna get a little ugly with the nesting, but it's okay. We can... Sometimes you gotta get a little nasty to get some game deving done. And then we're comparing with the absolute value here. Cool. And we're using absolute value because I don't want to differentiate between a negative, like if it's facing away or towards an axis, we want to cover both case scenarios. So really, like in our in our Xcali draw thing, we wanted to cover, like, it doesn't matter if the normal of the surface is facing along the same axes or away from it. We just care that it's just aligned to that axis. So it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative, as long as it's aligned to it within a certain threshold value of the dot product. That's all you need. That's all you need. At least that's what I thought I needed. Yeah, and that didn't change anything. This one row looks splendid. If only the other ones could. Oh, man. What's going on, Soda Snake? Yeah, it's an IBM Model M. Not the Model M. I believe it's a Model M. I'm pretty sure. God bless you. Thank you, Spirit Coden. Yeah, God bless you too, man. God is good, Jesus is good. Fan of the retro vibe? Let's go, dude. Yep, started my journey a couple weeks back and just got the hang of functions. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I think I'll stick to coding in Roblox. Hey, man. No shame in the game as long as you're getting some exposure to coding, dog. Now, where were we in terms of our shader woes? Because this is the woes. This is woes. We're woes. We tried normalization between the normal.zy and the y. And I'm normalizing because this is a normalized three-dimensional vector. But if we get rid of one component, which, you know, might have some values, then these components are not guaranteed to have a magnitude of 1. So we're re-normalizing it to see maybe that's the problem, and then y position as well because it's just inherently not normalized. And it's not happy. It's not happy. And it's specifically at this angle. So I wonder if it's like, if we go to the opposite side, does it fix it all? No, it doesn't. I see no signs of it fixing. Only that row is particularly good. Okay, man. Alright, so clearly, I'm like so close to being right. We're just off by a little bit. We're just off by a little bit. And the question is, how and why are we off? Is it potentially because... Ooh, okay, maybe this is, okay, so I think I may know why. So let's look at let's go to Desmos, because I think A10 has specific value ranges. I think that might be it, actually. Well, it wouldn't explain... I have an idea of what might be the cause. But, it does not explain why the sides aren't fine. The side, if what I have in mind is the issue that we're going outside the range of like A10, then like the top would be messed up, but the side shouldn't be. So this could be either a product of my tolerance being too loosey-goosey, or something else, like bad normal values or something. Maybe let's try making this less permissive, like 98%. Thank you. Of course, man. Of course, man. God is good. What's going on here? Straight pipeline and space station where you drive a card. Like UVs are too much, ruin this, but I think normalizing is not going to fix it. I have to cover a hike FPS because like there's been times where I didn't normalize and that was the issue. Like the shader, like the cast shadow issue we encountered last time was due to just not normalizing a value. Or it was actually, that's one of the things. It was that, I think, and then it was also normalizing a value that shouldn't be normalized. But yeah, it seems like this is not the case here, though. Because we're still having the weird side stuff. So... I'm kind of curious. Like, what if I just lower the threshold? Does anything change at all? No. Okay, so I feel like it's something. It has to be something with a normal. It has to be something with the normals. Like, I wonder if... Hopefully the normals are fine. Like, let me actually open this up in Blender. Like, where is Blender? H assets called H2. Okay, let's open up Blender and inspect the normals. I doubt that the normals are bad. I think Terrell is good at, should have that covered, and it seemed like he had it's good. So, but I just want to verify, because if we can rule that out, that's one less thing I'm going to be wondering or worrying about. So we're going to file, import, FBX. Hey, what's going on, Millen? Fan of the retro vibe? Like the key? Thank you. Let's see here. So we're gonna go to programs, projects, fight and flight, assets, levels, level resources, level 1. Actually, no, it's gonna be. Oh, yeah, it should be in levels. Rough draft levels, yeah. Oh, round 2, I think. There we go. And it was H. What? What was it again? I said H1, I believe. Okay, cool. This is the model. All right, and then let's just. We're just doing our due diligence. Making sure everything's good there. And we're gonna do. I would like to show the normal. There's a way to do this here. I know I'm not crazy. It's here somewhere. I was pretty sure it was this tab. Do I need to expand more? Or do I need to move it to a separate tab so I can actually get access to that window? Let me move this to, I don't know, 5. And let's go to 5. And make sure I got the thing. Oh, I think I have to be in edit mode. That's why. How to be in edit mode. Okay, so I was right. No, I wasn't. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and it looks like he's good. He got the assets done the way it needs to be done. Let me move this to here. But yeah, if you look close, you'll see that the normals are all in order. They seem correct. It's pointing out, doing its stuff. If it wasn't, it wouldn't render either correctly. But just like making sure. It doesn't hurt to double check. Doesn't hurt. So this is firmly in the camp of I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong here. So let's look back here. It's not the threshold that's the issue. I don't think it's this one that's the issue. So let's just look at our input again. Just walk through this carefully, dutifully. So we receive our app data V. App data V is what? Yep, normal. Correct. And then from our app data V, we have this. We initialize this v2f object. Transform text. v.uv. Why do we do that? Okay, I'll deal with that later. O.vertex, because that shouldn't affect. That's a UV coordinates. O.vertex use v.vertex. World position equals the object to world. V.vertex with a 1 position on the W. That seems correct to me. World normal, we do unity object to world normal. Passing our v.normal from our app data. Yes, sirree. And then this doesn't matter because we're not using this component. So that's fine. I need to make this a float 3. I think I did a float 4 because I wanted to pack in extra value into there, but I just never did that, but whatever. How did the old school RuneScape gameplay go? It was fantastic, man. I almost did another RuneScape stream today, but I had to hold myself back to be like, no, we're going to be productive. We're going to get something done. Time is limited. I want to get things done. I appreciate when people take people that they are teaching have deep knowledge about the origin of things, so congratulations. I appreciate it, Spirit Coden. I wouldn't say I have deep knowledge, but I have some knowledge. And maybe that's enough to be of benefit to people. But yeah, old school RuneScape was great, dude. You never do wrong. Thank you, Real Force. That's how I feel. Finally have a week off. How's the game dev going? It's going, K8. We had a quick little nice victory, and now we're just having a little hiccup with normals. It's like the usual thing. It's like you do, like 99% of the conceptualization is like good, and the execution is good, and there's just one little 10%, 5%, maybe 1% that just gets me hung up and causes us way more time, but it's all right. It's alright, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. And you know what? I almost feel inclined. Let's just debug this. Let's just confirm our suspicions. Instead of returning color, we're gonna return i.worldNormal and see what we get. I'm also kind of curious. Okay. Different values. So what? Green is red is X. Red is X. Green is Y. B is Z. So this has very green. So if I go down, should be more red. Wait, no, that's dumb. The side should be more red. If we're going along the X. And there we go, yeah. So the normal is seemingly correct. This one should be... Okay. Okay, so we're having varying... So the normal seems to be different. So that's good so far. Okay. So the issue isn't the normal, actually. Which means my little... I think my is top Boolean is just not working. Actually, let me try just making this a Boolean as well. I mean, that should still not affect things. Yeah, it's going to produce the same thing. Did you choose to become a regular player or Iron Man? Right now, I'm just a regular player right now. I don't know what an Iron Man is yet. I think it involves boats, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't gone that into it yet. What I do want to do is figure out Rune. I tried Rune Light and it crashed my session. So not like my RuneScape, my entire desktop session. So I'm hesitant to try it again because I'm scared it's gonna crash my Linux machine. But here's the thing. RuneScape was so in my brain that I started trying to get audio working on my laptop again. Like I installed I went. So like I had the Catchy OS and I tried updating it and it broke and stuff. And I was like, all right, I want to get RuneScape running on this. So I installed, I didn't reinstall Arch, but I did some weird finagling to try to get it to work. It didn't work. So I was like, screw it. So I installed, what did I do? What did I do? I didn't do Kubuntu. I did something else. I installed I added a bunch of different operating systems to my Ventoy, and I tried Bazite to see if that would fix it fixed the visual stuff, but it didn't fix the audio drivers. And from that, I tried Windows. I tried downloading or installing Windows 11 to see if it'll fix the driver so I could switch it, but I don't think that's a thing. Also, I realized it's not. It's actually terrible. You have to be online for Windows 11. And the way I was doing it, I don't have the drivers anymore so I had to you have to supply your own drivers for everything again. So I was like, all right, no. And then I installed Linux Mint today, and that seems to be the most promising thing. But either way, we're going through this whole rigmarole because I want to have RuneScape in a very easily accessible way that isn't just the Steam Deck, because I want to have an actual I just want to have an actual mouse and keyboard thing, even though RuneScape, you can play with all your only mouse. Maybe I should just do it in the game on my Steam Deck or something. It doesn't feel the same though. Either way, we're gonna get into that constant farming thing eventually, where we just have a session of RuneScape running in the background constantly. What's up, L1 V1 DJ? Get these old parts? Not that long. It only took going to 1 or 2 events, and I got everything I wanted. I use Endeavor. It's Arch-based and easy to install. Maybe I should try it again. Yeah, I'm not too. If I can't get this working on Mint, I'm just gonna go back to Arch, because the Arch-based distros are actually very nice. Or maybe I'm just convincing myself. I don't know. It feels nicer. It feels simpler in a weird way. Except not, but interfacing with things is different. The core utilities you're working with are how should I say? It just feels easier to work with than some Debian stuff. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right, so we have, this is clearly a skill issue. Because this guy is not working. I don't know why he's not working, but he's not working. And I doubt this problem will be fixed by just changing that. So, something about this, checking the Z and the Y coordinates and seeing if it lines with the ZY position. So we have a normal, and we're only counting the ZY coordinates on it. Though I suppose if you have an X coordinate and you normalize it, that's going to be very weird and odd, and maybe even undefined. But most of oh yeah, there's gonna be some coordinates that are facing that way. Oh my goodness. Maybe we have to have a different way of determining if this is a top-facing surface. To learn how to play OSRs, in my opinion, since you need to get everything yourself and craft everything, so you go more in depth with the game. Oh, in depth or in depth? Let me know if you get RS running. I can't figure out the stuff on the website. I think it's Ubuntu only. RS, oh, like RuneScape? RuneScape works fine on my machine using Proton. Oh, it's Ubuntu only? I mean, I feel like Proton should be able to make it work on most distros. The second part, in depth? Okay. I was like, I mean, I'm fine. I'm assuming we're gonna be going to depth with this game. In depth with this game, but okay. Yeah, this is something wrong here. Like, even if I say, hey, there's an issue with this this assign function, like that'll only affect the top UVs, not the side UVs. But here we're seeing the side UVs being affected, so it's got to be the p-value. So. I could fight this. I could fight this. I could fight to figure out what exactly is going on here. Or I can do the second option we described, which is just doing the swap, the axis swapping, and just have really bad looks here. But I don't like that. That feels like admitting defeat. It feels like admitting defeat by saying, hey, we're just going to allow these surfaces to be bad that are really off axis, which is going to be majority of them. I don't like that. I strongly dislike that. So so this surface has some kind of normal, right? And then whatever part we're rendering, we get this. There's some distance here that we're also treating as a normal vector. We're like position, the ZY position by itself is also a direction vector on the sphere. And here we're seeing if they're within a certain threshold of each other. Because, like, for example, this would be pointing really away. So these two vectors would not be aligned. But these, the top vector, would be aligned. That's what makes sense to me in my brain. That's why it feels so intuitive. And yet I'm being told we've gone astray. We've gone astray. And we're getting the ZY positions for both components. So, and here we're using distance for the side UV, which works fine. Oh, wait a second, we're using... Wait. So maybe my use of A sign here is wrong. We're using world position for A sign, for inverse sine. Why am I doing this? Why am I using inverse sine for the Y position? Like, this makes sense. So, like, for a unit circle, we have an illustration because we did it before. 1 second. So we had to work through this earlier. Yeah, here. Yeah, here we have this here too. We're using sine of do I have it here? I know I have the equation here. But sine of the x of y component and the cosine of the x component will give you the x and y position on a unit circle. Oh, that's theta. No. Given theta, you get that. Yeah. So we did a sine of the component to get theta. Yeah. Do I not have it here somewhere? In this case, like, the component we're using is the y position. Because, oh, but the Y position is, ooh. It doesn't have that, it does not have a magnitude of 1, though. That is the oddity. That is the, it's the, yeah, okay. Let me just try this out. And then maybe we can illustrate that if you guys are curious. But yeah, this Y position is not relative to radius, which I think we even have a playboard. Yeah, I think, do we have a global shader property for board state, board height, hollow texture, or do we pass in the player's position? If we pass in the player's position, we can get the radius from that. Yeah, I don't think we have. Yeah, we only pass in the player's world position, which is where we're deriving the radius from, which May or may not be a good idea, but I believe if we go into update, set global vector, and that's gonna be the player position. So we have access to this. We have access to this variable, so we can make this normalized. Actually, I believe, given player. Oopsie, what's going on here? Where did you go? There we go. Your world position. Is that what it's called here? Player world position, okay. And then what do we use to get the radius in this playboard shader? Do I not have it here open? Play grid shader, there we go. So we have player world position. Oh, there's also a float value called board radius. So do we also set that explicitly? If so, I don't even need the player radius, the player position. I could just use the player, or just the radius from the board. And I'll be even better. Unless we don't use it at all, but I feel like... Let's go back to... Where's the playboard? Game board manager, here we go. So let's go back here. We have board state, we have board height, hollow texture. So we never do pass radius. Set global texture, int, texture, vector, and then here's the shader property, board state, board height. Okay, so do we just never use this, or something? Is something else providing this float? Or even better, can I just... Oh, this shader doesn't even use this uniform. It doesn't even use it, so we're just using... Okay, gotcha. In that case, we're just using the distance of the player, which we can probably calculate once, but we'll deal with that later. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad. Mauer's game dev, what's going on? .cs functions with capitalized first letters are a tell. What's going on? Oh, for C#. Nice deduction if you figured that out. What's going on, Zero? What language I'm writing? I'm using HLSL for the shader stuff and C# for Unity. How's it going? What's going on, Refuse? Just doing some game deving right now. Just getting some programming done, Maybe I should not put my foot inside the chassis of my machine. That seems like a recipe to get electrocuted. Also, what's going on, Mr. or M. Carax 408? Good to have you here. Yeah, I should really put the glass up my PC. I'm like finding myself accidentally putting like my limbs in there while it's on. Maybe not a good idea. Anywho. So what are we doing here? Right. We have this here. We added this uniform for the player, world position, which is good, which means in here we can get, I don't know, float radius. We can just get length. Player, world position. So we're gonna get the magnitude of this, and then instead of just passing in world position.y, I don't even think this is the cause, but I just want to eliminate other oddities. We pass in a radius, so that now this is indicating how much of the radius that this y take up, and that should kind of make it normalized. Hopefully, unless y position is humongous or exceeds radius, but I don't think we ever do. I think it should all be within radius for now. Okay. I think that solved something. Because the sides are not rendering correctly. Which is cool. The surfaces are still messed up. Surfaces are still messed up for the tops. So they're back to being stretched instead of, you know, the way we liked it. I wonder if maybe changing the tolerance could assuage this a little bit. Okay, maybe not that much though, because then it's gonna defeat the purpose. Yeah, no, we're getting this weird seam as well. Or no, it's from the beveled edge, I believe. Okay. So travesty. We solved the side things. But then that's weird, because that means that this is being... That's odd. So let me actually do one thing. Oh, we have to use a sign as well. There we go. Okay, no, no, it's not. Kind of, maybe. No, stretch edge still. The sides are correct though. What if I were to just boop again? So something's weird is going on. Because this should not be applied to the sides. Let's make this back to not as permissive. Yeah. We're back to this square one scenario where it's like, hey, this is not great. Like, this works perfectly the way I want to, this one row, but then every other row is not working. Have a bump map? There's no, yeah, I'm probably not gonna have a bump map because it's gonna be, in practice, it's gonna be very small in game. Like in game, it's not gonna have that much. It's not gonna have enough real estate to really have the bump map be visible. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to do that though. We have the means to do it in the lighting model we have set up, but I just have not done it. Oh, oops, my bad. But yeah. Run into a small shade. No, it wouldn't. It actually wouldn't. There's not that big of a cost to that kind of thing. You're just sampling a texture and applying and then using that intent. Because if you're calculating the normals, like if you're calculating lighting in general, then you're using the normals to determine how the surface should be lit. The only thing you're doing with a bump map or normal map is just offsetting that vector based off of your the vector value in your texture map. So it's actually not that crazy of a thing to do. Now what I'm doing right now, they're throwing some sinusoidal functions in here. That's going to be a little something, but we're going to find out how that... I don't think it's that crazy though. Or maybe it is, who knows. We don't know until we actually profile and see how it perfs. Okay, I really want to have a distinction here between things that are being rendered with... Let's do this. This is what we're going to do. Instead of rendering color, we're going to render I.UV. Yeah. And we're going to force this into a float 4 with a 0 component here and a 1 component for alpha. And what we're going to do, we're not going to even do this. We're going to return these values. So if it's a side value, we're gonna return a float to a value red, and if it's a top, we're gonna make it be green. 0, 1. And that should make a very clear distinction between... Oh my goodness. So, okay. My is top thing is largely working. Everything that should be surfaces are surfaces. What? I feel like I'm crazy. It's making me feel like I'm crazy. So yes, my calculation is correct. My conditional is correct for distinguishing between the sides and the tops. Okay. So with that being the case, then this is indeed correct. This is just, it's just that the side value is also wrong. But like, we're only modifying the top value, which is adding this to be divided by the radius. But then all of a sudden, modifying this one line of modifying the value for just a top, for the top UV, is affecting both the top and the sides. Because we're lerping here. We're doing... Should I just use an if statement? Should I stop trying to be... stop trying to be clever and try to do this arithmetically and just use a ding-dang if statement? Like if I... Let's do this. Let's do this. I mean, this cannot be it. It's gonna be the same thing, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So even then, we have confirmation that my lerp function is the way it should be. No change. So... what have we learned? Be like, use a ding dong. I don't know, man. Game engine? No, I wish. We'll do that eventually. We'll get there eventually. It's called Cozy Cabin Games, I guess. Want to cozy up and fall asleep. Let's go, Cypher, Mango. That's the goal here. Which programming languages is it? We're using HLSL for shader coding. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. You got me. Is bad. No, we did not. We learned that I was actually correct. My fancy was correct. We confirmed that this function is behaving the way it's supposed to be. We confirmed that our top conditional is behaving exactly as it's supposed to be. So what we learned is that Unity is conspiring against me and trying to make me think I'm crazy. And I'm not crazy. I'm not. And all this just so we can have nice tops, nice surfaces up there. Okay, you know what? We're going to do the Captain Crunch thing. Oops. All tops. Because I just want to at least see if this function is going to do the thing I want it to do for tops. So we're just going to do this. We're going to go here. And instead of this, we're going to have this be 1. And just... in fact, what am I even doing? No. Top UV. Why are you mad? Okay, so we learned that our top thing is also wrong. Immoral. And does not work as I intended it to be. So, cool. Now, can we fix this with some adding a multiplicative? I think so. How are we going to do it? I don't know. We said for this, it's going to return theta, so we can just multiply. Well, this is going to return theta. So let's multiply theta by, like, size. See what happens. Am I seeing nothing happen? You can't do this. Oh, because the size is an integer. What if I divide it? Oh my goodness. We're left on red. It's like getting ghosted on Tinder. It's like being left on red. It's no matter what I do. No matter what I do. She won't respond to me. She does not want none. No. Something. Like, okay, let's... I mean, it's essentially the same operation, multiplying by, like... But nothing? Okay, something! There we go. If we do, like, 20... Oh, does support, like, C-style floats? Oh my goodness, okay. Okay. So now if we get rid of the oopsie all tops and instead do this, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see this? Around the cylinder, all straight angles, perfect tops, perfect sides. Oh my goodness, programmatic UVs, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the girl. We got the girl, guys. All right? We got her. We got her. GG's. Family time. Live decades time. Watch our generations propagate. Retire in peace. Peacefully pass away together at the same time. We got him, guys. Look at it. It looks perfect. Now, what I'm not happy, or not happy, what we need to do, because this is not GG's, though. I felt like a GG's, but it's not. We have this 20 value here, this magical number, and we have this size we're passing in for our materials to indicate like how much we should scale things by. And in this case, I am... Okay, here we go. This is a size of 1. You know what, guys? You know what? We're gonna keep this magic number here. We're just gonna keep this magic number here. We're gonna add a size so it scales with size, but we're just not gonna touch this. It's just, it works. We're happy. Life is good. We're not gonna spoil this happy ending for ourselves. And let's just play the game to see how this looks. And hey, look, the buildings actually look like buildings. Okay. Oh. Oh, you see what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just, it's a small screen. Maybe I'm just crazy. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's fine. This is not, yeah, we're good. I'm not, I got scared for a second. I thought it was like scrolling, but no, that's just because it's not lit. It's unlit. We don't have shadows to give us cues about surfaces. So, no, you see that there? There's something about this. Oh, that's not from is that from the surface? Or is that from the shader, the surface on top? It's happening there too. It's due to the position, the player position. Okay, that's an easy fix, though. That's an easy fix. It's some wobbling, I guess, from... Okay. We're almost done. Yeah, the cube is moving. There's a second there where I was trying to gaslight myself into thinking that, no, the cube is not moving. You're crazy. But, no, you are right. Now, the cube isn't moving. The player is moving and the camera's moving. So it cannot be an issue with this. So it's got to be an issue with our radius function here that we're getting from the player's current position. I wonder if I were to just simply let's just hard code the value, because we know the radius of the player. They're like -17 or something. Yeah. This is affine, this is affine, all affine transforms. So we know the player is not -17. They're 16.1. That's the radius, I think, for this. So if we were to hard code this to instead be like 16.1, would that prevent the wibbly wobbly moving of this? Because that's what I'm hoping for. Also, we have this Unity transfer depth thing. I don't think that's relevant here, but hey, it doesn't hurt to have that. Like, it works, but I feel like it gets too overwhelming. So it's not even that deep. I'm sorry, what? Okay. So yes, it was due to calculating radius continuously. That might be the issue here, actually. Am I seeing some weird offset stuff? Am I seeing weird things here? We're gonna zoom in, and I'm just gonna... They look fixed. They don't look like they're moving. Okay. So yeah, the issue is just recalculating radius from the player's position, because, of course, I think that was a bad thing to work with. Okay, cool, though. We're good. We're good on that. And I might explain some issues on the other shader we had. So, oh my goodness, guys. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. I'm using Arch Linux and... Arch Linux with... I have to zoom out. With Micro text editor there and OpenBox. I want to learn more about what's happening inside the process. That's pretty cool, dude. Channel's very interesting. I'm glad you think it's interesting, man. I'm glad you find it interesting. May I know what GPU you're using? Sure thing. Here you go. Also, there's a help thing command. So, I think I have stuff for OS and for system. So, no, I was reading this guy's this thing. I'm not using Arch. I'm using Ubuntu like a little Weenie Hut Jr. Maybe my laptop. If I cannot get the audio drivers working with just Mint, I'm just gonna say screw it. We're just gonna go Arch. We'll spend a month or two getting this operating system to the way I want it to be, and then I can be fully in control. So crunchy. Yeah, be crunchy. The QB moving, yeah, well, hopefully it's done. Is Unity Vim mapped? No, it's not. That's why I'm just working on my own engine. So everything can be Vim mapped. I'm just using Rider, which has support for Vim motions through Idea Vim. But sadly, no. Sadly not. Okay, so what are we to do? So I want to have a dedicated radius thing for the board. I think that's just important to have. So we're just going to go up here. We're going to go to one of these shader properties, yoink them, make a new one. Call it board radius, because I don't want to have to recalculate this or hard code it. So we're going to have board radius, and then we're defining radius based off of the state of the player, or the transform of the player. I forgot what we use for this. We use player local Z position, yeah. So we can do Shader, set global float s board radius, and it's gonna be equal to mathf abs, and then player that local position dot z, and that should be all the properties we need for this. And then we can go back to our shader and get rid of the magic value here. And instead, we can just do, what was it, board radius? Let me go back to here and go back to this shader property, board radius, yeah. So we just have to define uniform. Actually, that just works kind of perfect. Almost. So now we define that shader property. It should be set on a init for the board. And then if I press play, it should just work. Perfect. No shimmer. Purely solid. Purely solid. Yes. So let's kind of try this to even greater extent now. Let's start making dedicated materials for all the different objects here. And you know what? I'm going to make some textures. Let's do some textures so I can apply this to here and just see where this takes us and populate this environment a little bit. So we're going to make some variants upon the mplay grid. We're gonna make this be, no, actually, no, wrong shader. Wrong shader. Yeah, delete this guy. We're gonna instead use, yeah, actually we're good here, level 1. Building test. Ground. This maybe I should use UV mapping, because the way we're doing it's going to be weird, but hey, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? We're just going to try it out. Hey, and it works. Cool. And then let's make, I don't know, track. And we're going to use this material instead and throw this on here. And it just works. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I mean, we have to make this now part. We have to actually make these shaders work with the our lighting model. So that's going to be the next thing, but let's go, dude. It's coming together. It's coming together. I see progress. It's starting to look like something. And the mapping works well enough for what we wanted to do. This is great, dude. Go to bed now. See you, Zero. You have a good one, man. I feel so powerless watching this. Why do you feel powerless? Man. What does find do? Night. First time I learned code, it was a I learned to code. I mean, I started in middle school. I wanted to make games, and I searched up how to do it, and then they give you like I found C++, and I used dev C++ to do some coding on that. And it was cool to get some basic understanding of code and data types and stuff like that. But then I switched to GameMaker eventually because I was like, I just want to make a thing visual. I want to have something visually on the screen. I want to have something, I just want to move an object and not have to worry about anything. And I did GameMaker for many years. And then only late in the game, I started picking up Unity. I only picked up Unity just because that was my first job was having to do stuff with Unity. So I was like, all right, it's time to learn this thing. And then I've had to dive deeper into Unity because my whole professional life is just working in Unity. And honestly, I kind of enjoyed it. It forced me to learn a lot of things. And I learned a lot in my job too, which is great. But yeah, that's kind of where I started. Shooter, not really. I want to focus more on racing. I'm going to have something like chips where you can do cool abilities, but I want this to be much more focused on, hey, try to go fast and try to survive this crazy environment that we're concocting for you. So we have this now working, and in fact, maybe if I was a responsible man, I should commit, which I think we're going to do. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I go with Ranger, if I use Ranger and I go into my project and I were to go into shell and type in like git status. Oh, I wouldn't say anything, would it? Yeah, it's being over. Never mind. Okay. Let's commit our changes first. And got cylinders space mapping UV mapping working. Let's go. And then push to Berg master, because we always push to mash. We don't do git flow here. No git flow, no development branch, no CI right now. We're just going straight to master, baby. That's all you gotta do. That's all you need, man. All right. So let's start breaking stuff again. I'm glad college is over for you, Traco, as well. Yeah, be free, man, until the next semester. Game, what's the name of the framework you use again? I'm using Unity, and then that's just the engine I'm using. And then for like my OS and everything. Yeah, Morgan, you got me covered. Thank you, Morgan. This is like I saw your stream while scrolling. Let's go, dude. That's the test. That's the one that you see. The master breaking is a skill issue, and not being able to unbreak your break is a skill issue. It's easy, man. It's easy. And then, you know, if you need to, just check out the last working commit and then make a new branch and say, hey, this is the new branch. This is master for real. Like, you're going to call your branch master for real. I mean it this time. Like, one day in the Discord, because I'm like, you may not know this, but we have a Discord, and in that server I have like Git updates there for the project. One day you're gonna see a commit message on there that's just gonna say git branch git checkout master for real, I mean it. You're gonna see this branch pop up. Not origin, what I'm doing. Actually, you have to do push-u Berg and then master for real, I mean it. Did it push? Yeah. You're gonna see this message pop up, and then that's you're gonna know that something has critically gone wrong. Something has gone awry. And then there's gonna be master for real, I mean it too. No, it's a small enough game. For the other game projects that are bigger, I try to actually have meaningful branches, and then for the one that's really big, I have like a CI pipeline. One day I'll go back to being a try-hard. Actually, not try-hard. I'll go back to actually trying to have good practices for DevOps and project management, so we can have not stressful releases and more integrated testing. But for right now, I just want to be able to execute a game and prove that I can do a non-trivial game and then go from there. I'll have my DevOps dream realized. Hello, how long have you been streaming today? How long have you been streaming today? What's going on, Tamirka? On both streams, by the way. 2 hours so far. We're at 2 hours right now. Dang, didn't see the same awfully late today. I thought there was more into it. Came and stay, have school. Tragic artwork studios. Well, you have a good one though. It's glad to have you here. I'm a full stack developer, eh? Let's go, dude. It's all about, it looks like carving with code. It really feels like that. How you feel right now? From 1 to 10? From 1 to 10, I feel pretty, I'm about an 8. I'm an 8, you know? I enjoyed playing games yesterday. I kind of wish I could play more games, but hey, dude. Games are not going to make themselves. Once we get this game out, we're gonna no life RuneScape and Warframe and then play some other games on the channel. Before we pick up, I think after this game, I want to do Dot Dungeon. Legitimately, I feel like inclined to work on that game instead of going back to Messy Mansion, but we'll see what happens first. Okay, let's get this integrated into our lighting pipeline, because right now we have the triplanar our cylinder UV mapping space is working correctly. Very happy, yata. Very happy. However, we do need to have lighting. So I'm gonna remove this line of code and bring back the Cozy Light fragment. And likewise, we're gonna bring back the Cozy Light vertex. And we're gonna see how much this breaks things. And things are very purple with per pixel lighting for these shaders, for these material properties. Let's turn off per pixel lighting and make it be per vertex. So now we're back to vertex lighting, and honestly, like for the especially for the high volume of mesh geometry we're going to be having here, I think per vertex lighting might be just fine. I think it might be like perfectly acceptable here. Yeah, and it's like the night side and then daytime. This works fine, actually. You know, honestly, I don't think we're going to do cast shadows. I think we're just going to have just simple per vertex lighting, and that's just going to be good enough. I think we're just going to be happy with that. And this is just a test asset. We're going to meet up. I'm going to meet up with Terrell, and we're going to have a design meeting to actually make the final, like an actual game quality asset for the wheels. But yeah, dude. Okay, I guess that's simple. I'm curious though as to why the per pixel lighting produces the weird things that it does. And there's some weird oddities here, like these vertices over. Actually, no, we're still going to have cast shadows, but we don't need high precision if we're doing per vertex. Let's go, dude. I'm hyped, man. This is like coming together way better than I would have thought. Oh look, Discord notification. Yeah. Just started Warframe. It's huge. Yeah, I'm still like, I'm in this weird area where I've never played really MMOs before, and I'm starting RuneScape and Warframe. So we're gonna see how things go, but I need to treat myself, dude. I really don't play games very much, so I want to spend some time. That's gonna be a treat for myself. I'm like, I made a game, so we can spend a week maybe, or a few days playing some games for fun, and then I can start the grind for the next thing. Okay, so this is looking good so far. I'm actually very surprised how smooth getting this working was. If I want to be a nerd, which I feel like I am, I may want to try getting the per pixel lighting working, but kind of dig this, honestly, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is cool. And then we can have like some, I want to play around. Let's look at like, as far as level direction to see how things may look as well. So for example, we have more light sources here. Like maybe at nighttime we have city lights and stuff like that. How would that look? I mean, we have our own lighting system, so we can do weird light sources like the line light thing we made a while ago. And that could be very cool. That could actually be very cool. So we have our cozy light. We should probably name these as well. Like we have a point light somewhere. And this is like the sunlight. And then we can change this to be from a point light to a line light. And move this here. We're gonna change this to be like some bright yellow city lights or something that are gonna pop. That's gonna pop out. And we're gonna give it the Y distance of like, I don't know, let's do 1,000. Why not? On the X. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I guess with the my bad. I guess with the per vertex lighting, it's not going to be as extreme. Like if I go back here and do the per pixel, you're going to see, okay, first of all, it's very red. I don't know why it's, but, why is this, why is the line not going that far? It's acting more like a radius. I'm kind of curious about this now. What is going on here? There's actually a lot of questions here, but we're going to deal with that later. Why is the ambient lighting being composited the way it is? I don't know. That's very weird. It feels like a value overflow or something. But beyond just that, oh, yeah, I know why. Okay, so we have this here. Yeah, because the end position's here. It's relative, so I have to do an X of like 1,000. That's how I do the end position for this light source. And there we go. Now we have our line light, and now we can change intensity. Yeah, there we go. So we can have like, I don't know, maybe different areas that are like rows of lights, as if it's like a busy city or something. There's also other things too, because it's not only can things exist within that play sphere or cylinder, we want to have things that exist outside of it too. So like maybe rings or something. There's a lot to kind of consider. I'm gonna catch up in chat too, my bad guys. A week? Oh, so it takes like a week to level some skills to above 180. We're gonna see, man. Takes days to grow for end game stuff, considering it takes like around 2,100 gameplay hours to max out. That's crazy. I just want to I'm just gonna use it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna try to get, I don't know, we're gonna see. I know there's like super optimal leveling guides for RuneScape and I guess for other MMOs as well, but we're just gonna kind of treat it, take it at our own pace, see what happens, what we see, what we discover. Just have the process of discovery go on for us. Yeah, radius. Yeah, I'm debating what we're going to do here. Because maybe I might just do a bunch of individual point lights and have that just be fine. and have that be like okay. I don't know, we're playing around with stuff. We're seeing possibilities for when we do level design things. But how does this look? Like when we go turn around, let's see how this looks. So there's like a daytime area, and then like we go around here, and now it's like all of a sudden nighttime, and okay. It's kind of cool. I don't like the line lights as much. Like maybe in certain segments, like maybe like along the tram or something here, that could be cool. But I actually kind of dig this idea. It's actually kind of sick. I don't know why so we have to investigate this ambient lighting and why it's not or the ambient color and why it's being composited the way it is. But hey, now another question. How does this look if we were to make it per vertex instead of per pixel? For all these shaders or materials. What's going on, Bonnie B? Glad to have you here, man. I remember you too. I'm indeed a free man. Morgan Freeman. Yeah, I don't know. Like color difference aside, I feel like the per pixel lighting just goes a little harder than this. Because you see like things that are illuminated, but you can't tell that it's affecting the environment. Whereas like the other light sources, okay, let's do this. I'm gonna get rid of these line lights. They're not doing it for me. They simply are not. You're a good kid, not in my city. All right. And like, am I alone in that sentiment? I feel in my heart of hearts. Oh, this might be a scenario where having my own component just broke some stuff because I just deleted them willy-nilly. Which should have worked because it's a editor application, but I have to actually turn this off and then turn this off, I guess, so that it unregisters itself, and then I can delete them. I believe, if I'm correct, I believe that's the order of operations. I need to investigate that. Nope. Oh, it's because it's not. Okay, never mind. That's why we're still in runtime. We're still playing. That's why it wasn't working. Okay, now this should work. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna stick with per pixel lighting. Something about it just kind of goes hard. It feels like, oh, this is actually a place. And there's like different areas of you know what I'm saying? Maybe if I lower this too, so it doesn't feel like it's a lit above. Like maybe we lower it down so it's actually illuminating the sides of the objects, but not the tops. It'll make it feel more like it's lit where humans are, where people live, and not just like arbitrarily above everything. Yeah. Little details like that, man, they can go a long way. There's some jankness. I'm cool with that though. I think I want to kind of go for a PS1 kind of feel almost. I mean, that's kind of part of why we made our own rendering pipeline or lighting pipeline instead of using the default one out the box that Unity has. Okay, let's just see how this looks now. And as for the ambient color, I don't know, that's very odd. It's being like that. I should probably even add fog too, but we'll deal with that when we get there. Question, would you want one simple lightweight type graph format or two typed schema format with composition and dependent types and any subgraphs can be viewed and noticed? I'm sorry, what's going on here? I wasn't ready. I guess I gotta do work now, do progress on stuff. Gotcha. Is that a question directed at me? If so, I have to read it again to digest what you're asking. Okay, we need to figure out what's going on with this color though. I can't really assess if this looks good or not because I don't have the color that I'm expecting to see. Also, let me move all this up a little bit as well. This as well as this shall move. Actually, maybe not this light system, but at least the child components, all the lights. These point lights need to move, as well as this. You're gonna move to where the gameplay is situated, which I believe is here. Right? 3 days ago using Gemini, shit's not easy, bro. It's like a fire hydrant of information. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. But it just takes time, man. If you learn some basic... Like, here's the thing, right? A lot of game deving is just learning actually not a few tricks. But you learn like a set of tricks, right? And then you learn how to apply them in different places. Like for example, a dot product by itself seems simple, but then you start seeing how it can be used for visuals and how you can use it to make your own lighting system, right? And then you can also use it for gameplay things to be like, hey, you can use it as a way to determine how normal are you, or are you facing or pushing into a surface or something, right? And you can use that for evaluating like color sameness or whatnot. Like you learn one thing and then you start seeing applications for it everywhere. And that's just kind of how it is. If it's your first time doing game deving as well, Unity, starting with 3D is just kind of a strong thing. Like I started with 2D. 3D has a bunch of other implications that start coming up. I'm liking this. Thank you, dude. Here we're getting here. Glad to be here. I always see your streams and I'm very interested. I'm second year of university, concentration on software programming and game design. That's sick to see what's up this time. Hey, man. Well, you're welcome here, and I'm glad you get to see some of the process of making something. Using Unity 2Ds. Yeah. You can make the boxes on the night side have square holes on them. Lights inside the box, the light can bleed out. I think what we do is we can have emissives. Because to do that technique would require having each light source inside the box have... Because the way you're doing is you're going to end up having... I guess no, you're going to have cast shadows. So it doesn't illuminate things outside. Which means that each point light we'd have to implement like having cast shadows, like 6 direction depth maps for that. But you can achieve a similar kind of effect by having emissives, like a square with emissives and put it on there, or even like an emissive texture map on that. Maybe I should do that actually. Maybe I should have like because I only have support for in my render model or lighting model, we only have support for the bump maps, but maybe we should add an emissive map as well to it so we can add that to textures. Okay, let's look in the shader. I need to figure out what's going on here. There's something clearly wrong going on here. And if it's something to do with the world normal, then even that wouldn't be the case, because let's see here. We have O defined here. We initialize it. We do whatever that's happening here. We set the O.vertex, world position, normal here. We calculate the O.uv, which is what's pertinent, and then we do cozy light vertex. And then this should override the world position and or normal as well, depending on if it's a per pixel or per vertex lighting thing. So I don't think that is the issue, unless these passes modify the UV, which I don't believe they should. So one point of suspicion may be this is per pixel lighting, and the per pixel lighting is having correct. It looks correct as far as the color is concerned. So that means I should probably inspect the route where per pixel light is on. So we do, in fact, we should look at both of them. Yeah, we should look at both of them. Yeah, sorry, I might actually ask it personally on Discord. It's just that it's hard to explain within bounds of 240 characters. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, would help probably. Sounds good. Yeah, sure. My Discord's always open. My DMs might be request only, but you should be able to send a request and I'll approve it. Or maybe I should try. I've been trying to change it. I don't know where to find the setting though. Like a week, but my God, this is starting to look so good. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Daryl. We're getting through there, man. We're halfway through. It's like 3 weeks is 21 days. We're on day 12, so just over the halfway point. Normally would be stressing, and maybe I should be stressing more, but or stressing in general. But it's whatever. It's fine. We make it. If not, it's all right. But I think we can totally get something that we're happy with within that time frame. Per pixel on. Per pixel on. So let's look at per vertex lit first and just walk through here. So we have this float 3, world position equals unity object to world v.vertex. Interesting. So we calculate world position using v.vertex. Calculate world normal. And then we do our light processes with this information. And yeah, and then we assigned world normal. We assigned world normal with okay, so this is very straightforward. We're just taking the world position, calculating it, and then chucking it in here. So that's fine. That's pretty simple actually. So let's go to the per pixel lighting and see where everything goes astray. So we follow this path. This for the fragment. Let's go to the vertex. Let's see where things go awry here. So we calculate world position here. We have this world normal value that we're not using. We have a bunch of, okay. So we do world position equals unity object to world v.vertex. Okay, that's just, okay, world position is correct. Use unity object to world normal, okay. And then we don't set the world. We set the world normal to v normal, and I know why we do that. That's for the normal stuff. That's for the normal map, bump map. Calculate, because we need to have the stuff, the bump map and object space to do our offsets here, but yeah, so we pass from the vertex and object space normal. That wouldn't change how we composite though, but okay, we'll deal with that later. Okay. So Yeah, we do that because we don't want to have to either convert back to object space or convert to normal. That's dumb, though. I mean, yeah, it might be more redundant calculations in the frag, but this feels dumb. On my part, gotcha. You're all good, Kimuka. Yeah, and don't stress. You don't have to apologize. I wasn't sure if you're talking to somebody else because I miss a lot of chats sometimes. It's unfortunate, but it happens. But yeah, definitely. I started with text-based. Let's go, dude. Yeah, text-based is great, man. Yeah, C#. Fall asleep to this so I can learn game dev the way Dexter learned French. Is that how Dexter learned? Like, are you talking Dexter Lab or Dexter the serial killer? The serial killer. I'm coding my game right now as well. I'm impressed that you stay concentrated and mentally present while streaming. Coding, I think I would feel naked if I coded in front of everybody. Yeah, I mean, that happens sometimes. Sometimes I'm kind of exposed. Sometimes, you know, there's that one stream where I was like, all right, there's some weird stuff with sinusoidal functions I was running against. Because I wasn't accounting for some balance of like a sine and a cost, and then like it turns out, and I haven't looked into it yet. Someone was saying that arctan would actually do what I want it to do, but sometimes when you're streaming, like you just don't have the mental bandwidth to incorporate new knowledge. I should still look into that, but yeah. But as far as keeping focus, I mean, I feel like I feel most people can develop a certain tolerance for that. Once you code enough, like it's very easy it's pretty not, I'm not gonna say easy. I mean, you're able to hold context pretty well, especially like the more you have to interface with other people, whether at work or maybe for school stuff. Usually for me, this happened at work. The better you start having at holding more and more complicated state and being able to articulate about it. Now we're at per pixel lighting vertex. We have this. So what if I just supply it the correct normal? I mean, it's gonna probably. I think we're resolving this by having a separate shader to deal with sprites. So maybe we don't even do this. Maybe we just straight up provide the correct things that we're supposed to be providing in the first place, which would be o.world normal equals world underscore normal, as expected of us, and then float for maybe 1. That's what we do, 1 up there. I don't like that actually, but for position it makes sense to have a 1 in there, but for the world position, for directional vectors, I don't really see a need for that. In fact, it's actually better to have it be 0 because first of all, this is not normal, this is position. So let's change that. But yeah, having a 1 value for the normal could actually mess things up if you're assuming things to be normalized. Okay, we did that. Let's go back to here and resume. And okay, so we're in red world right now. We are in red world, in red land. So there's something else fishy going on here that isn't just luminance. Out of curiosity though, in our per vertex light vertex, where is the vertex pass? Do we start with luminance at -1 or 1? We start with luminance at 1 here. So I wonder if that's the case here. And yeah, like if I were to change this to be positive. Yeah, it's not gonna change anything. Yeah, still the same thing. Okay. And that's with our world position, world normal at what we expect it to be. And then in here, We do this whole normal map business, which might be also messing things up. I don't know. We did some weird stuff here. Yeah, we did some weird stuff. So maybe we're not using the things we need to use, but it's weird because we were using this in Messy Mansion. It was looking fine there, but... And we're passing in P2FI. So where are we? We have world normal calculated like here. We're just calculating world normal get here. So like this is all redundant anyways. Okay, anyway, whatever. So we have a light count defined here. We have luminance set to 1, light composite to 0, 0 total. Okay, that seems fine to me. We have light process, and we're passing a world normal, which, if we go to its definition, is honestly, yeah, it's just what we'd expect. It's weird that it's showing that it's not. Like, honestly, now that we've kind of unified the calculations, we can just kind of make this be I.world normal. And then, oh, this is using, no, wait. Was my change there? Yeah, I was there. Okay, never mind. I was grasping for an easy fix, but no. Easy fix eludes us today, which is okay. Now this, are you expecting, this is position first and then normal, and then this is normal first and then position? Why did I do it this way? Was I high? What's going on? I mean, I'm straight edge, so it's not that I am high. But what was going on, man? Was I sleep deprived? Okay, and we have our final light values. We do the color conversion here. We should check to see if this final composite matches the per vertex lighting as well. And now you're a cozy. Oh yeah, I went by Trixelbit for a long time. Gotta stay curious. So what is HLSO? I've used JetBrains. Is Rider their version of per se Unity? And what is text editor? Okay, so there's a lot to kind of unpack here, but I liked it. Thank you, Moren X. I appreciate it. Thank you, Perspective Games. Always restarting the engine, since I've often changed the constructor code for my actors, which need to restart the engine to see the change, which would be boring to watch. Yeah, that's always a pain. Yeah, that's one of the list reason 99 for not using Unreal. For me personally, I don't want to. And I'm gonna get back to you, Bonnie, because there's stuff to talk about there. Yeah. I'm not trying. There's some people. I heard this not cool phrase, but just a nice phrase. Don't yuck other people's yums. Unreal is a very impressive engine. There's a lot that can be done with it. I've seen great things done with it. For my purposes, though, and for my thought, the kind of requirements I have, it just does not work good for me. But yeah, no, that's a whole thing you have to wrestle with. So now we're gonna get to you. So you asked a set of questions here. So let's talk about that. Is it? Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. That's the Vim theme I like. So there's a set of questions you asked here. You asked, what is HLSL? You asked what a text editor is. You asked, is Rider their version of per se Unity? No. So, and your question's actually asking, like, what is an IDE? So these are the things you're asking here. So HLSL first of all, and Morgan, thank you, coming in clutch. High-level shader language. Yeah, it's a language for shaders. So basically, it's a code that's executed on your GPU. I mean, kind of. it gets compiled into something else. But yeah, this is HLSL. All right, no, it doesn't get. Anyways, this is GPU code, not CPU code. This is this is what's executed for rendering material. So everything you see on a screen that's visual is a result of a shader. And there's different functions within shaders that do different things, but the end result is that for every single pixel on your screen, there's a set of functions that have been called for that. So shaders, the name is just, the function, like for a fragment, dictates how we're going to shade this individual pixel. Now there's things that go behind that, right? Because it's not enough just to be like, hey, I want to just draw effects in this pixel. I mean, you can do that with screen space shaders, but for drawing geometries, there's other things like, the geometry, the meshes, the vertices, and all this other fun stuff. There's things like geometry shaders as well that do very different things. But if you're curious more about this, like you can search up like DirectX's like pipeline from Microsoft. They have like a whole thing that shows you the pipeline for that and the stages. And then there's like the new pipelines that are emerging too, like the meshlets, not meshlets, but anyways, either way, that's what HLSL is. It's just a shader language for drawing things to the screen. The IDE and text editor. So you're asking about that. A text editor is something that's very simple. It's just an application that lets you edit texts. So by itself, it doesn't really do much. Whereas if I go to something like Writer, which is the IDE I use, there's a bit more to it than just editing text. It has things like IntelliSense and code completion. It has things like refactoring, so I can go to a class and not only can I change the name of like a variable, I can change its usage everywhere. So I can press this and it can change stuff. Other types of IDEs will even have bundled compilers, so you can actually just compile your application by pressing this green play button. They come in with other tools like debuggers, so I can add breakpoints and then see where my application breaks or something. So IDEs are not only a text editor, they're not only a way for you to edit text, but they also include, compilation, compilers, debuggers, and then even like engine integration as well. Now you can take a text editor. So for example, I'm using Vim right now. Yeah, NeoVim. So this is an example of a text editor that's just simply, it just edits text. But you can add things like plugins, so you can eventually kind of get these kind of functionalities that you're looking for that are found in IDEs. So it can get kind of blurry between the line between text editor and IDE, but that's kind of the broad strokes of them. And Writer is a particular IDE for developing stuff. But there's other ones like by JetBrains, like CLion I use for my engine project. There's Microsoft Visual Studio, which is a free IDE. If you're on Windows, they can use to develop stuff like C# or C++ projects or whatnot. And there's a wide variety of other ones as well. Actually, maybe not a wide variety. I've only know about like these main ones. I mean, for other languages, like there's the whole JetBrains product line. So there's like Rust Rover, and then there's WebStorm and PyCharm. And I guess for Java, there's Eclipse as well, and there's NetBeans. But yeah, there's a bunch of IDs actually. But that's kind of how it is. That's how I kind of define these in my brain, and that's the delineation between them. From them, absolutely, yeah. CLion's great. Though honestly, as much as I love CLion, there's something about just doing just regular C, using GDB, and using Vim. That's how we were doing. We were doing whatchamacallit, the Riven Done project, task management project. That was just raw C, Vim, and using GDB to debug and do breakpoints and whatnot. It was great. I love it, man. I can't wait to go back to that project. So there's some weird side effects here. It's not only that the color compositing is weird and wrong, but there's also like this weird side effect here. Maybe it's due to the cache light, the cache shadows actually, and it's just trailing along here. So maybe it's not due to that. Maybe it's actually fine. But if that's the case, then okay, we have to keep hunting through this and find out what exactly is going wrong here in our, because we also refresh, I believe, right? So if we refreshed, I like VS Code mainly because it gets updated constantly and it's easy to say, oh yeah, no, VS Code for convenience 100%. I could avoid the Unreal Constructor restart issue. I could work with event begin play, but then you only see these actors change when you play this level. I like constructor to see changes in editor. Gotcha. What's up, ICG? Or no, it's IECG or ARC. So let's see what's going on here. Question about not using structs. Structs in C# specifically. I'm not saying it's the right way. It can be good or bad. I mean, here's a critical thing, right? Because structs mean very different things between C# and C. Because like in C++ or C. Actually, no, it's C++ only. C doesn't have classes. Like the only difference between structs versus classes is just structs are public by, like all your members are public by default and classes are private by default. And that's like the only differentiation. In that case, I just use structs because I'm the only person developing. Just have everything public. It's easy to work with, right? For me, for my projects. And besides, like when I do C stuff, like that's not even a concept, right? C# though, there's a very big distinction between structs versus classes. Basically same. Here, a very big distinction. Very big distinction. What do you think of anti-gravity? I mean, if we get that going one day, that'd be really sick. If it's a specific game or media or something, then never heard of it. And maybe I should. I think in my project a few years ago, we used VS Code and it was the most up-to-date one and let my group mates and I edit simultaneously. Yeah, it's pretty easy, dude. Is OOP worth learning? You're probably going to have to learn it for work. It's good to know about it. There's times when it's just easier just to do things in an OOP way. At the same time, like, you know, there's sacrifices that get made. Like you might like object like OOP oftentimes is a way less so to best optimally solve a problem, but rather it's a way of mitigating communication lines between other people. That's the way I kind of think about it, or ended up kind of thinking about it. That's like one way of thinking about it, actually. There's times where it's useful. And even like in a procedural language like with C, I do find myself almost kind of implementing object-oriented stuff sometimes, and just in a different fashion. But yeah, I think it's important to know that paradigm. Even if you don't end up using it and you adopt something else like functional programs and you just go, just use monoids for everything, man. Or monads, my bad. But yeah, it's you got to learn it. But yeah, about structs though, in C#, there's a very big distinction between structs and classes. And classes, like by default, it's like every time you pass it around, it's by reference. Whereas with structs, usually they're treated like, or they're always treated like value types. they're passed by values. So the type of behavior you try to have will vary very differently and has different consequence. I was asking about structs as a formalized way to pass on the same bundle of arguments. Like you have here positions, normal, and world. Oh, like a communication thing? I think that's cool. I actually do that right now. Like for across the application, I use structs as like a message broker. Or like if you look through, for example, we go to the shop. Yeah, shop data. Here, you'll see that I started doing this thing of having, structs that just contain simple, discrete information, and then we use that as a vehicle of communication between different parts of the application. So like I use like a message broker to publish changes. Yeah, so like message broker, we publish updates to the shop, and then we generate a state, and even this state is a struct. And then like and then on the front end side of things, the shop view, we just have ways of receiving that struct data and working with it, and it's kind of nice because it's like, all right, we're not mutating this at all. This is just the state of the thing, and we just have to do the things to replicate and represent what this information means. So like over here, broker receive, and then we receive this struct, and then we do updates to it. So C# is very different. Yeah, C# is very different. That's why I said there's a distinction between structs and classes. Structs in C++ is one way. Structs in C# very, very different. And then so yeah, that's why I'm like, and then there's added things where it's like, yeah, it'll be passed by value, but then like if you have references to lists, or not lists, but like to boxed objects, then you're still referencing that original boxed object. So it's not like you're creating, so some values in your struct are being duplicated, but then other things are still referenced because you're just passing around a pointer essentially, and not the actual concrete thing. Anyways, it's like I said, it's very distinct. But and yeah, as far as this whole receive and subscribe and publish thing, this is actually not a C# thing by default. You can kind of create that by using events, but I'm using something called UniRX, which is reactive extensions for C#. UniRX is a reactive extension library for Unity specifically that allows me to just do stuff like that. But yeah, very handy. Very, very handy. Where am I going here? Yeah, that's where we're going to. We're looking for the logic here to figure out why my ambient color is not correct and is actually very wrong. Yep. This we're gonna do that sentiment. I was asking specifically about small bit of code where you had a normal and world position different orders, about using a bundle there. Oh, what do you mean bundle? Oh, you're talking about in the shader, the world position thing? This? Yeah, the shader here in these functions. So this is different. This is HLSL. It's kind of like C#, or no, it's kind of like C in its syntax. But these like struct that are passing in, like this v2f thing, is actually kind of a discrete part of this pipeline that's set up for graphics. Because like let's go here. Let's I think it's worth talking about it. So there's like this graphics pipeline that exists that allows for the drawing of everything you see on your screen, right? And you have these different discrete steps like vertex stage and hull stage, and then geometry shaders, and then finally your pixel shader. So like in Unity, you'll see, and you've seen it today, we have these two functions we keep going to. The vertex shader, or vert shader, and then a fragment shader, which is like the pixel shader, essentially. So the vertex shader is kind of ran on each vertex of a geometry we're drawing. Not in this particular context. I'm talking about within the context of like Unity. Or I guess in this context as well, but within Unity specifically. If I go into this shader here, like this function, this v2f, this vert function that returns a v2f is run on every single vertex of the geometry. So you can imagine that it's like if you have a point here and a point here and then a point here, then you can imagine that function was ran on these 3 points. Now that's cool, but if you're rendering this geometry on a screen, you'll realize that there's a lot more pixels that are going to be drawn, right? So we can't just it's not enough just to run this function on these individual vertices. So instead, once we do some processing these vertex to convert them the way we need to have them converted, and maybe even cache some additional information, we pass that stuff from the vertex into the fragment shader. And this is the function that actually goes through every single pixel, or the pixels that are actually drawing geometry, and then they actually do the drawing of colors to your screen. And the thing that's passed from these functions, from this function to this function, is that v2f struct. And we can define the v2f struct however, not however we want to, but we can add additional information in there. So that's where I'm passing the world position and the normal, and we can even add additional things like the UV. I mean, that's usually what you're using it for, or what's used. But we add additional stuff to our v2f here, like, hey, the luminance, how much light is hitting this particular vertex in the case of if we're doing vertex per vertex lighting, and additional things, right? But that's the gist of it, and that's why. And then hopefully that gives some context as to why it's kind of structured this way. That's not an architectural decision I made. This is an architectural or a structure that I'm inheriting and we're just working with. In the stream, do you simply play what you like or worry about copyright, royalty, annoying stuff? I do worry about that. I think having this be played through, I have a CD player with my music, and it's an FM transmitter to this radio, which plays these speakers with some effects and a mic. So I hope that maybe if I play the copyrighted music, that it's been distorted enough that it doesn't pick up. It probably will be picked up no matter what, but I like to think that it makes it different a little bit. Yeah, so that's some graphics. Yeah, so that's this whole v2f structure is very much tied to just how graphics are rendered. Now there's other things that are a little bit different, like NVIDIA mesh pipeline. Instruction of turning mesh shaders. That's what it's called. So NVIDIA's has introduced something different. Let me see if I can find it. There's a little. Here we go. Where they have meshlets. Actually, no. There's a traditional pipeline that we talked about where you have vertex and then tessellation and then you finally have a raster stage. And they have this new thing where you have this task shader and then a mesh shader. I don't know nothing about it, if I'm gonna be real with you, but it seems pretty cool. And it's meant to be much more performant, or at least more powerful in a bunch of different contexts. But that's the general gist of it. Oh, Jocelyn, what's going on, Jocelyn? Good to see ya. And then Jackson Bullard, white QTQ. Okay. Yeah. Don't worry about that, guys. We're just gonna do a little something. Pleasure, but I gotta go. You have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate your company here. in the Gladiator class. Keep going. The stream is very enjoyable. I'm glad. Thank you, man. Astro MIDI comp. Nani? Is it released yet? No, not released, and I still haven't even come up with a name yet. I'm using Fight and Flight as the title because that's the title of the original game I released 5 years ago. But yeah, right now we're still thinking about it because it turns out Fight and Flight is not a great term to search up. There's a lot of other things that have that name, articles and websites and whatnot. So maybe I should name this game something that isn't going to be drowned in the search pool. Yeah, so we can go back here. We have to compare and contrast. Honestly, I'm gonna yoink. There's like so much crap that's going on here. I know this is part of like the conversion stuff that I'm just gonna. The day I decide to do the normal map or the normal map thing, we're just gonna do that. For right now, I'm just gonna have discrete. Yeah. What is this stuff? We're not using any of this business. We're just gonna pass in the appropriate data when it's required. We're not gonna do any of this funny business. We're just gonna do the thing, dude. And then, yeah, and just use the data that we're getting in from the V2F struct. Thank you, K8. I'm glad you dig it, man. With ECS, Entity Component System Architecture, yeah, Unity has their own like ECS. Okay, there's so much to this, right? Because there's like general entity component system or entity component structures, and then there's ones developed to be very optimized, like Unity's ECS and Dot's thing, which I haven't worked with either. The most I work with is like the burst compiler and the job system, but that's very different. Those kind of interesting because it's the job system is like, hey, you're defining this struct to do this one action, and then it's going to be compiled in different ways to be in native code and maybe even executed in parallel, which is pretty sick. But I haven't done much with it. I mean, not the job system. I haven't done much with ECS stuff. I even implemented like an ECS version of my game engine in Rust a long time ago, and then I just kind of scrapped it because I was like, I don't want something that's very dynamic. I want something that's going to be very tight and bespoke, and only the things that need to exist for it will exist. And if there's any... Oh, no, that's a little different. That's like more compositional. But that's a different thing. Well, it's different. Alternatives of React for WPF UI and XAML. I would like to get that feel from React into native WPF. Is it possible? What's WPF? Into native WPF. Yeah, I need some clarification. Not that like even with clarification, I'm not very web dev oriented. Like I try to avoid most web devy things. Like even for the website for Cozy Cabin Games, like I didn't. I mean it's bad, but I didn't. I made my own TypeScript library thing to kind of get this responsive feeling UI that like feels very much like Unity. So I have like a bunch of components and all these objects are meant to kind of compose behaviors together. But it's not great. I need to like destroy this and remake it. Either I have to like there's a soul searching I have to do. I'm either gonna there's two routes I have. Either I make the TypeScript library fantastic and make it like redesign and re-architect it to make it the library or framework of my dreams, or I don't do that and I instead go the route of writing it in C and compile to WASM. Like, do you use either WebGL and WASM? Yeah, probably WebGL and WASM. That's what I do. Like, that's the two options I have. I either write the website again from C, or third option, we do go back to old web style that we were doing a long time ago on stream and just do the old web thing. So many possibilities. I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm stuck in analysis paralysis. One day I'll make a decision on the website. The Windows UI stuff. Oh, really? Windows Platform Forum. Oh, okay. Thank you. Where am I? UI framework. Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing about it. Yep, CRT Magi. Also, what's up, Kieran? Good to see you, man. Sorry I didn't see you earlier, but belated hellos. You can use GTK. Yeah, there's GTK and there's like Qt, I think, as well. Guys, just write native UI. Here's your okay. First of all, the real answer is I can't give you a good answer because I haven't used any of these tools. So there's nothing I can really tell you, right? That's gonna be of value. Now, a more meme answer, but that still very much aligns with my thought process is like, hey, dude, especially if you're writing native apps, don't do like just write a native app directly. And like use something like CLay or I'm GUI to have like nice, fast, responsive. Is it called CLay? Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Look at this. Look at this. CLay or Clay, a UI layout library. Immediate mode, single header file. So much power. Yeah, they're even using it for their website. I mean, there's only one option. Yeah, look for this website. Look at that. Look at that. I'm just saying, man. Like that, I am, and I'm not saying like because I don't know your circumstances. So maybe it's for work, or maybe you're already in a project, and the cost of doing that is just high, or maybe even not even the cost of doing that. It's just the amount of work to repurpose this. So I'm not recommending you do this. This is just a call to action in general for people making native apps. Please just like use the native app, because I'm so tired of like using a bunch of apps that are just Electron apps and having me like slow or buggy or just needlessly like intensive as far as processing is concerned. Like it's not even that I don't have enough bandwidth for it. It's just it just bothers me. It's like, dude, I just want to have that tight, responsive UI. Anyways, that's a separate thing though, and maybe I'm just jaded from using Teams, but I just want fast UI, which is why I'm like, maybe we don't even do the TypeScript. Maybe we just do the WASM thing. That's a separate thing. Anyways, also welcome. Hey, Melon's back, and also ZZ. Glad to have you here. Welcome to the Discord, guys. No, you don't understand. Every UI needs to be a React and a Chrome wrapper. No, you can't do this to me. I can't live in a world like that, dude. I don't want to. Where is the... Do I need to initialize this? Okay, where is the... Is the Perplexolite? Where is the Perfrag? Vertex. It's gonna be up here. Can I open double buffers? At this point, I'm gonna go back and forth between these functions so much. But yeah, I'm just saying, man. I'm just gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna yoink all this, yoink all these functions. We're gonna make a new. Yeah, we're gonna. No, this is information from my. My goodness. Go here. I should just remember the line number and just go to that directly. Oh, that's a light data implementation. No, I want to go to... Where are you? You're here somewhere. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Now we have to do this. I need to go here. I need to paste. Yeah, okay, there we go. And now I can actually reference this code. So I can go to the per pixel This is a per vertex. You can go to the per pixel stuff, and I can actually go through line by line and compare what is going wrong here. So in the case of per lighting, let's look at here. And this equivalent thing would be in the vertex because that's where we set stuff. And here we start with a luminance of 1. Whereas here, that's a luminance of 1. 0, 0 here, okay. We have a light count defined, but we never use it actually. So I guess that's not relevant because we're using the constant in that case. Let me catch up, guys. My bad. My friend hates Noctua, and my dream is to make a PC full Noctua theme. Are your PC fully Noctua? Why does he hate Noctua? I've heard good things about Noctua. Oh, as for the OS question, here you go. But also, there's a general list of commands. I'm on Autodesk software, which is old AF, and I'm damned with native WPF UI. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's tragic. It happens to the best of us. You can't escape it, man. You can't escape it. So far, it seems like the starting conditions for these are correct. And then for light process, world position, world normal, that seems correct. And then, are we calculating this up here? Yeah, we're doing... Wait a second. Per vertex lighting on the vertex function, we do Unity object world normalize. Oh no, this is commented out. Okay, this doesn't matter. Okay, no, we're fine. I always have to freak out for a second. Cause like, wait, are we sampling the texture in the bump map and doing? No, that's commented out. Okay, so we're just doing the normal. Yeah. That's fine. And but out of curiosity though, like, cause if we're trying to make things the same, why not just simplify things? Like get rid of this. Let's make the code quality better. Let's go back to here. Oh, interesting. We have this normal map. Yeah, because we sample this. Yeah, but we never do anything with it. Yeah, okay. So this is not relevant. That's from when we're debugging the light stuff. We're trying the average thing too. Yeah, but we didn't do that. We turn lit color. There's a lot of logic here. Okay, but we lerp between shadow, albedo, I times light color, and then luminance. You know what? This might be due to... Let's just go to the final composite for per pixel fragment. So what do we do here? Shadow is equal to alert between the environment shadow, the base albedo, and then shadow P. Shadow P. What is shadow P? 0. Okay, why is there a constant there? Or I guess that's how we define. Yeah, we don't want to just use the. We want some. Oh, wait, what? Wait, that's a so that's always going to be very low. So it's like 10%. So okay, so it's going to be like very close to the ambient light, but with a little factor of the albedo. Okay, that's fine. I guess. Yeah, where's the function here? It's a vertex one. Here's the actual PVL. Let's look at the composite. Maybe it's the issues in the composite here. And then no, but we do that here as well. Environment shadow, albedo, shadow P, constant. Okay, and then we do the W component of 1. Okay, so far so good. And we return lit color between. Okay, we do the min albedo shadow, and we don't do that. we just do albedo times. Yeah, we just do shadow. Oh, I know why we did that before. So is that the issue? That was the issue, okay. And I know why we introduced that, but okay, we have to change the function. Okay, so we fixed our problem though. We have the actual appropriate color. Nice. Very nice, okay. So yeah, the lights here just stick out. Now we're looking at, I feel like we're looking at suburbia. Let me light more of the interesting elements here though, like the station and stuff, and just see how this feels. My PC has all Noctua fans. You can replace the GPU fans with them. Runs great. Yeah, it seems like that, right? Are they all brown and beige or black and brown? Brown and beige. The boomer machine. Nice. I love those colors. Yeah, say. I mean, brown and beige is kind of my whole theme, right? With this colors. Kind of the brand here. Yeah, it's intentional. 100% intentional, Brickman. I have the means to get nicer. I have a nicer monitor. I just choose not to use it. No, this is all by choice. This is all by choice. Teach you code? CS, I cannot teach you personally how to code, but what I can say is we have a Discord and we have a forum, and if you have questions, you can ask. There's a list of a bunch of people in the Discord. We have things called gym leaders who are like experts in all these different things. Disciplines and topics. Keep in mind, self-appointed, or not self-appointed. They request it and then I approve it. So I like to think we have a good pool. But yeah, to get good at programming, man, it is not. At least like a significant chunk of it is just you just diving through it on your own and wrestling with that gator. But we do have the Discord. I'm also available on there as well, and you can ask questions, and we can help in that kind of capacity. That being said, so we have this working now. There's one other thing I want to play around with, which is having some outer structure. I want to have some kind of outer structure to kind of, like, imagine if there was, okay, simple thing. Let's do a outer ring object. Heck, not even, it could be just a cube for all intents and purposes. Like this. And it could be out here. And I believe our radius is like somewhere around 60, so we'll put like 20. Make it big. And then within this, we can throw in a create empty, add component, cozy light, move this here. You're going to be a line light. We're going to make you be yellow, or maybe blue or green even. We have a lot of possibilities here in terms of how we light things. And then we're going to make you be up on the Y position. And as far as intensity goes and radius, very big radius. Now we're going to make another, let's call this like, I don't know, station or ring. It's not a ring, but I envision eventually it'll be a ring. So we have this, and we have this light. We're moving it up a little bit. And then this track is indeed using Purpix lighting. We're disabling cast shadows on this. Or maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. We'll see how this looks. Anyways, we have this. Now, is intensity maybe too big? Maybe. Also, let's move the light down a little bit. May boost up the end position to be further up. And then intensity, maybe bring it down a little bit. Yeah, it's like this. Okay, let's play this. Okay, and now we block the camera with it. Okay. So, an unintended side effect of using a billboard for the back is that the ring emerges out of nowhere. It emerges from the clouds. So maybe that's not that. Maybe you have to do the inverse Fresnel effect and have a cylinder. That might be what we have to do to achieve the thing we want to achieve. Yeah, because it feels very immersion breaking to have that happen. I mean, that's how we learn, though. That's how you imagine modeling this whole thing and then modeling an elaborate thing only for it to just get busted because we didn't account for this. Also, let me play around with the ambient lighting a little bit more too. It's cool, but I want something more. And I need to consider like having atmospheric fog, because that might be a key thing to making this feel better. Okay. Yeah, making this transparent is not going to fix it. I think we just simply need to make another sphere. We have a play grid object here, so I can just duplicate this, separate it out, call it atmosphere or something. Atmosphere, and then extend this out a bit, make it a little bit bigger. Can we invert normals as well? I could do that within the yeah. But first, before we do that, we're gonna make a new material called m_atmosphere atmos. And then I'm gonna yoink this because there's some important boilerplate about the playboard shader that we're gonna have to use to make this transparent. Because I always forget about the shader stuff. Thank you for this, of course, Vlog Julie. There are a few questions in chat along the lines of, are CRTs Mars bad for your eyes? Is it common for myth? What do you think? I have no idea, Tamerka. What I can say is we'll find out a year or two from now or more. We'll see what is the long-term exposure from using a CRT. OS, here you go. But yeah, I need to upgrade my PC at some point. It sucks that the RAM prices are surging the way they are, but what can you do? What can you do? There's always some new fad that's gonna make PC gaming suck for a while. Maybe PC gaming, make buying parts for PC gaming suck. And it's just, it is what it is. Let me find something. Actually, we're just gonna make a new shader. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think what we're gonna do is gonna make a yeah, we're gonna go, you know what, I navigate faster this way. We're gonna go into here, we're gonna go into shaders, we're gonna go in, I don't know, we're gonna do inverse Fresnel. Inverse Fresnel dot shader. inverse Fresnel dot shader. And then I should be able to type in inverse Fresnel. It's not popping up. Or no, it's maybe it's FNF. Did I name it that actually? Or did I forget to do that? No, it's right here. FNF, okay. There we go, there's a shader. Okay, and then we're gonna yoink some stuff. I'm gonna go into, how do I wanna yoink things? I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the playboard and I'm gonna just do that here, paste it, and then it's gonna be if Fresnel. Cool. And then with that, we're gonna simplify things. I'm gonna get rid of a bunch of properties we don't need, like these in all likelihood. And then we're just gonna add exactly what we need at any given point. Yep, empty this. That's a big function. Okay, perfect. Blank slate, empty, vert, and fragment. And then now we can start adding stuff, because this needs to be subject to our cozy surface lighting thing. So we do need to bring some of that boilerplate in there. So I guess we're gonna have to indeed have probably, okay, we're gonna grab this first, where the properties are. Yeah, because we have the main text already. Perfect. And then here we're not copying those properties because we're not opaque. We're gonna be rendering it transparent. We do need to have this app data though. So this app data, get rid of. This V2F we're also gonna need, because we're gonna be subject to lighting as well. Perfect. And then within here, main text, I'm gonna yoink some of this stuff. Maybe it's relevant, maybe it's not, who knows. Probably don't need the player world position, probably don't need that. Size is probably, we're gonna have a property that's similar to that. That's gonna be like a coefficient for how strong the Fresnel is gonna be, but for now it's fine. And then lastly, we have to have our vert functions. So here, just gonna yoink everything we got here. Honestly, I should move this to like, I don't want to move it to like a define or a macro of any sort, because we do indeed end up using, we do indeed like having to modify stuff in between here, so it's not as direct as you would expect it to be. So that's a little unfortunate, but it's okay. We can deal with a little boilerplate here and there. And this is defined after our V2F function definition. Yeah, coding a game right now, happy and wealth. Yo, I just wanted to ask, what are some good CRT monitors? Yeah, I mean, I can't really recommend that much. The Magnavox is cool. The JVC stuff is always good. I have a JVC right here, actually. Outside of that, it's like the only few, like the only few I've used. Anything else, it's like so far back in memory that I didn't even pay attention to what brand the thing was. But yeah, I'm working on shader stuff for a game. Are you sure you're a programmer? Your setup seems really well kept and your keyboard has all its keys. Yeah, I am a programmer. Programmers are people. We don't. We're not all crazy or super messy. I mean, I'm a very messy person, like organizational wise, but it's like disorganized but not unsanitary, if that makes sense. Like I could be disorderly, but unsanitary, that's no. I like being clean. I don't like having my desk becoming a biohazard. So cool. We have our vertex, we have our fragment, and then we're gonna be doing an inverse Fresnel. So if you haven't seen Fresnel shaders before, so there's general. Am I missing stuff here? Hey, he's back. Oh my goodness, that's scary. Terrifying. Anywho, so there's this Fresnel shader. Yeah. So there's the effect, and it's pretty simple, where you have a vector, you have the surface normal, or the normal of a surface, right? For every like fragment call. And the more it's facing the viewer, the camera, the more it should reveal the underlying albedo color. But the more it goes off, so if you were to say like there's a dot vector pointing to you, the more the dot product between you, the vector to you versus the vector of the normal, the more it approaches zero, the more you should use this other color instead until it's like fully opaque. So really, it just boils down to a dot product between two vectors: the vector of the normal of the normal of the surface, and then a dot, and the vector of, you know, the vector towards you. That's all there is really to it. Now we're gonna be doing the inverse of that, because we want an atmosphere where, in our cylinder, in our little cylinder world, we want it to be so that the atmosphere that we're going to have a bigger cylinder encapsulating this cylinder, and the things that are facing you should be more opaque, but as the cylinder goes up and the angle gets more away, it should be more transparent, because it's kind of like the atmosphere. It's fading out from the atmosphere. So that's the big gist here. That's what we have in mind. We're gonna make this look pretty. Don't worry, guys. It looks ugly. It's okay. We're gonna make it look pretty eventually. We're covering the technical stuff. I guess it's like the visual shader equivalent of building out the architecture before we actually start diving deeper into this. But we just need to get this done. So we have vertex. We have the fragment. How does one do this? Because we have the whatchamacallit? We have a world space normal to work with. That's cool. What I need is like a vector from, just a general vector towards the view of the camera that we can use. There's probably some built-in Unity thing for that. Or we don't use world space normal, but we can instead use like some other thing that's screen space oriented, but then I'm not sure how to interpolate the normal at that place. So for me, it's simpler. It feels simpler just to kind of pass in that vector explicitly from some frame. So like maybe you like camera dot, like the transform of the camera forward or something, or invert that. It doesn't matter. So maybe I just pass that in just for simplicity, or camera back, because if the camera's facing this way, you want to check. But again, it doesn't really matter. It can be absolute value for all we care. In fact, it should be, because it's gonna be transparent. So We're gonna find this. We're just gonna make this like a global property or something, and then where is the camera that we're using in game here? The player, we have, that's right, we have the main camera here. Yeah, we're just gonna use this. Actually, maybe we shouldn't use the camera necessarily, because we want this to respond to the directional light of the world, right? So we can have a thing where actually the areas that are facing the sun should be illuminated, but then everything that's not facing the sun is actually transparent, which might be cool too. Yeah, I that's another possibility. Okay, we're gonna do some stuff here. I'm gonna make a F&F camera. Just make a new component. It's fine. You can cache a shader property and then work with that. It's not the end of the world. And then, yeah, we're just gonna do this on update as well. But I don't think the orientation. Oh, the orientation is gonna change, so we're gonna do that. So we're gonna do shader.set global vector, and then we'll cache this later. We transform that forward in the world space position, and then within the shader we need to pass this data in here. So what uniform did I define here? I defined a uniform of camera forward. Okay, perfect. So underscore camera forward. And of course, especially if we're calling this an update, why not cache this shader property? Perfect. Cool. And then within here, actually it's over here. Yeah, here we go. We can use, for simplicity for right now, we can do the base color and do like, color doesn't matter in this scenario. We're gonna be using something else, but we're gonna do a float dot product equals dot I dot normal, world normal, and then our camera forward, and then it should be absolute value as well. Since we do not care about direction, we're going to be rendering both back faces, so it doesn't matter. Oh, I named this, yeah. Cool. And then what we can do, we're not going to do discarding. Or I guess we could do a discarding of like dot prod is like last, or maybe we can just save this step for the final color. We have a color defined here, so we can do this is the dot product, absolute dot product value. So again, it's going to be 1 if they're together, 0 if they're apart. That's actually works perfectly for alpha. We don't have to invert that. So you can just do color.a equals dot prod. And these should be normalized. We can deal with that later, but I think they should be normalized. And now we have this color A thing, which works great. We have this cozy light fragment. Cool. And we can just run this out. How's it going, boss? It's going, King Day. It's going along. Let's call it projection matrix, but it's changing Godot 4. I think it's, well, tragically, I'm not using Godot. I mean, not tragically. I don't like Godot personally, but that's a different thing. Haven't done product in a long time. Dot products are so fun. You can use it for everything, dude. You can use it to wash your dishes. Also, what's going on, Lax Memaloth? Good to have you here. But yeah, all right. So we have this new shader. And it's showing there's an error here. Redefinition of the PS1 def. Where are we doing that? We're double dipping on our math somewhere. We double dipped right here. Cool. And that went away. Perfect. And then we have our FNF inverse Fresnel shader. We have this outer object. We have our level materials. That's for Skybox. No, we're going to use Atmos. There we go, Atmos. And we're going to change this to be cozy. There we go. And no. Maybe I'll use that eventually, but we're not going to do that now. And this is the correct one, inverse for now. Yeah, we should probably have some kind of color parameter here. That might be good. And then, yeah, color. Can I just do white as well? Or is it going to be a vector type? Yeah, shader error. Actually, I don't even remember the syntax of this. Okay, that works. Anyways, so we have this. Let me throw it onto. Is this the outer? Yeah, this is sky. No. Here's the object called atmosphere. Let me throw this onto it. Maybe if you want to even test it here, I can even do. No, that's not going to produce what I want it to produce. Let's try this out. Just beat the new Monster Hunter Wilds boss. Do you know about Easy Delivery Code game? I've seen some stuff about it. I haven't checked it out yet, though. And, okay, so we're having it. You see, like, the little... Okay. So we haven't inverted the normals yet. Actually, this is not quite working. Is it? Well, first of all, we need to have smoother normals for everyone to do this kind of effect. Yeah. Okay, this is not quite doing what I envisioned, actually. 1 second, let me check this out. Player sprite main camera. You have the main camera here. And then we're passing in on update this global vector camera forward. Yeah, do I have the right shader name or the property name? Camera forward. Q transparent. Call off. Yeah, it seems correct to me. Interesting. Something I'm curious about, though. Oh, let me make sure that this is also... I mean, it should be. Why is this... There we go. So you have this object. I'm gonna make it bigger as well. And then As for the color, let's make it a distinct color. And then we are doing the per pixel lighting, so that should not, yeah, does not cast shadows either. Okay. So far, so good. And then this is sampling an empty texture, so we're not going to do that. Eventually, we'll do a texture, but for right now, we're just going to use this color. Though I think that shouldn't even cause issues, because we're seeing color, so yeah, I don't think that would be the problem. I mean, I try to be very sure that this is normalized, but I feel like it should be. Sometimes Ryder tries to do things that are smart, but it's just not. It's not. It's actually kind of a hindrance. Actually, it has turned on by default CRT effect, but you can turn it off. We don't need double CRTness. Yeah, that'd be a little too much. We'll have to see you play that game though. Maybe I would. What kind of type of game is it? Well, you said it's a retro styled. Yeah, it's like because it seems like it's a horror game, right? Or am I mistaken? Okay, come on. Work, why won't ya? To keep doing this. Ah, man. Nothing like the wild, fun world of doing Unity development on a Linux machine. Yeah, this is weird. I'm not getting the information I would expect. And information static regardless of player position. So I'm kind of confused here. The transform attached to its Unity returns a normalized vector representing the blue axis of the transform in world space. Yeah. It seems to check out on my account. Maybe look here. Yeah, that seems to be the blue axes. Oh, is it because the normal is too... Oh. I wonder if because the normals are... No, that would not change things, though. Because just if it's long doesn't change the fact that... Yeah, this is odd. It's a delivery game. No horror, just winter roads and coziness. Oh, I love that. Then yeah, definitely. I'll give that a play then. I'll definitely give that a play on stream then. There's some snow-based games I've been wanting to play. There's that, and then or not that. You just brought that to my attention. But then there's also Lost Planet that is an oldie game that I remember enjoying as a kid. And I got recently on Steam. And it seems to work on my machine, so it's like, all right, let's go. This is pretty sick. My brain hurts. Well, hopefully your brain gets better, man. Imagine like 5 CRT screens duct taped together as one giant screen. I mean, I can kind of do that. Like we have, as you see here, we have the CRT wall. Like we have this one here. She's turning on. And then we have the one above as well. If I turn it on. There we go. They're coming alive. There we go. And that's just a duplicate of my main monitor. Yeah, we have the tower. This one doesn't work though, but it's just cool because it's old. But the more CRTs I have going on here, the more weird stuff happens. So I suppose maybe that's just too much power. Yeah, that's true. Look at the 90s hacker. And apparently a 70s hacker as well. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy. Is this not what was expected? Let me see something here. So we have the vert. We have this. We do the cozy light vertex. Yes, sir. Pass an O. It gets initialized. Not initialized. It gets the value set, the data set there. Cool. We pass this in. We have this v2fi. We do i.world normal and dot product with camera forward. It's producing something, but not what I would have expected. And then dot A. We set the alpha to dot prod. And that's going to determine how transparent it is, and we discard if it's under a certain threshold. And then cozy light fragment, we illuminate it based off our lighting system. By all measurements, it would seem this should be pretty straightforward and trivial even. And yet, I find myself in a position where that's not the case. Where instead this feels very elusive. And the lighting seems to be stuck, as if the camera forward position never changes. That's why I find to be quite perplexing. Also, the back face isn't being drawn. I just realized that as well. I think I turned cull off, right? Oh no, I didn't. Okay. So we're gonna get double the lighting. But yeah, remember, we're not getting the effect I'm looking for here. But this is getting kind of cool, though, I gotta say. Yeah, it's almost more aligned with like the directional sunlight. Which is weird. Very strange. I'm not sure what to make of this. And there's the camera that's following the player. Like, the only thing I think of is like it's like trying to refresh the shaders, but that's not the case. What color is the strat? The strat I got going on here, it's just gray. She's just a gray Stratocaster. Or not Stratocaster, Jazzmaster. I have a strat with more a wood finish, but that's over there. But this one's pretty good. I've enjoyed it. It was my 2020 guitar. I got this before the pandemic. So, kept me good company. Kept me very good company. Would hate to miss you playing it. Oh yeah, I played it, Tamerka. If you go to the beginning of streams, there's a lot of streams where I've played a little bit of guitar. Just, killing time until people showed up. Yeah, not killing time, but yeah. Yeah, it has electric issues. Yeah, no, Strats have a lot more electrical interference. This is very different, though. The pickups on this are not single. They're not single coiled in the way that Stratocasters are. It sounds very different. There's like two different ones. There's like one that feels, I think it sounds more like a humbucker, and then there's one that's kind of sounds single coil, but is a whatchamacallit? It sounds more juiced. 1 second. So you can get just a little sample of it. 1 second. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, I think I have it muted, that's why. And I'm using the bass amp instead of the, But here's it clean without any kind of distortion or anything. So you can see, like, it sounds very, it sounds single coil-ish, but it's kind of different. And then with the humbucker kind of sounding one, it turns on. Much more aggressive sound. That's like you'd use that more for like distortion. Let me turn it down a little bit. I don't want it to be too loud. But yeah, my bad. Let me lower this down a little bit. Loud but also quiet. That's like what we're gonna go for here. The limiter, I'm gonna put it down. Sorry guys, 1 second. Come on, limit. Very low. There you go. But yeah. But yeah, it's like for your like punk kind of thing, you know? Can you hear the amp? There you go. There's your little guitar samples. Good thing about knowing how to play is that you can make your own music for games. That's exactly it, man. Yeah, I messed it up. That's from Doom, MF Doom. But yeah, it's fun. Guitar is fun. It's always nice to noodle around with it too. Like when I get stuck or something, I like having the guitar here so I can just doodle, finagle a little bit. And right now we kind of need a finagle because something's going strange here. There's also this that's happening, and it's probably, I'm not sure what that is due to. Why we have this flickering happening here. Either way, this is not working as I would intend. Side project. Either way, we got our shader working today, so I'm actually very happy, and that means I can talk to Terrell this week and be like, hey dude, we are good to go with the way we're designing our objects. So we're gonna keep organizing our assets the same way. He's gonna send me the stress test model, and we're gonna see how that works, and then based off of that we might have to do some extra optimization things. Can hear the amp. Yeah, I like using digital amp sims. They're pretty fun. Alright, sweet. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 4 hours. I think this is enough progress for today. I think we're gonna keep, I don't know why this is being weird. I should probably find some, like, I know I've done Fresnels before too. I just need to find them. Is maybe getting the because we're using a directional vector. And I'm using the normal, these are both directional. These are both, I mean, assumedly normalized, but these are all direction vectors, right? This almost feels like the component isn't, it feels like the component's lying to me. Like, we have a direction normal, we have a direction from camera forward. And our component here for FNF camera which is being called every update on this model behavior object, we are shader set. No, it's a global vector. Yeah, set global vector. That makes sense. What are you being casted to? You're being casted to a vector 4. Okay. Is it because we're not using a vector 4 here? Is that the issue? We're using a float 4 or float 3, but not a float 4. So what if we do a float 4 instead and then make this a swizzle it to get the X, Y, Z? Is that it? Maybe it wasn't registering this as the property we were looking for? And oh my goodness, a fire. Here we go. What's going on, Daniel? Oh, our fireplace went down. There we go. There we go. All right. Nope. Still happening. Yeah, it's almost like the global shader shader property isn't being set. There's some warnings here. But yeah, a float 4 should be fine. It's very weird that this is like not responding at all. And it's not like we have a separate component that's rendering this. Like, no, you just added it to that one. And I'm pretty sure we accounted for yeah, like it should be like here, it should be change. Let's inspect something. Let's just do this. Camera forward X, Y, Z. And you know what? Dot X. Oh, you know what? Maybe I had to swizzle this as well. You know what? Actually, wait 1 second. Am I crazy? Was I dumb for thinking it was that maybe I didn't swizzle this because it's also X, Y, Z. This is also, I think, is a vector 4. Am I crazy? Let me print this out. I mean, it's all the same value though. Oh, it's changing here though. It is changing as we rotate around. It's just like red for a long time. And it gets hung up on a color or something for a while, on red for a while. So clearly, our camera forward vector is changing. Maybe it's just not changing the way I'd expect it to. This is producing a value of -1 to 1. Well, no, it's valued from 0 to 1 now because of the absolute value. So this should be all within a range for this color A attribute or property. So, I mean, that's not going to change much. I don't think that's a big difference. Yeah, I'm perplexed. Because here it's clear. But like that level of transparency should be consistent across everything. Unless it's something with like the, you know what, let's just do this. Let's get rid of this and just return color. And maybe it's another issue with the cozy lighting. No. Okay, so this looks consistent throughout. Let me do clamp 0, 1, because there's actually a certain level of tolerance that needs to be had here because the camera isn't facing directly this. Actually, doesn't matter. But let me do this real quick. So if we make it more extreme, like make a factor of 10 that we multiply that coefficient by. Now divided by that. Okay. Now I want to get a feel for where the transparency actually is. So instead of this, I want to return how do I want to go about this? Yeah. Just get a black and white look at where our alpha is transparent. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is not an inverted cylinder either. I mean, that shouldn't matter in this case. Since we're doing back face, we're rendering the back faces as well. But so far it's showing that this, as well as this, is all yeah, okay. I think I need to so I think what I need to do is enable back face culling, but have this cylinder be flipped inside out. And I think it's going to produce what I want it to do. I think that's actually just what has to happen here. So we have mesh. Is this the Unity? No, it's my mesh cylinder. Do I have mesh cylinder inverted? Here we go. And then we can enable back face culling, and I think we're going to get what we want. Reintroduce culling and re-enable this, and then we're going to see how this looks. Okay, better. Actually, it's kind of the same. If I'm gonna be real with you. Well, not necessarily. I do want to smooth out the mesh, though. I think that Unity has a thing for meshes to smooth them out. Oh, 1 second. Here. Model. Not converting units, but where's a normal? Unweighted. where do we do this normal stuff? Smooth source, preferred smooth groups. Calculate. Okay. There we go. Now we have smooth normals here. Cool. And then I think I might add an extra threshold. In fact, what I might do is actually get rid of the sign. I'm gonna get rid of the sign. And instead, or the absolute value. So we can actually reject certain vectors that are pointing away. And we are inverted. So dot product 1 minus that. Actually, not 1 minus. We're gonna do minus. And then there we go. Okay, that looks much better. There we go, dude. And then now it's starting to look like an atmosphere. And if we go to that material property and make it more, in fact, actually, I don't have to do that. I can get rid of this division coefficient. So we can add a coefficient for like strength. Though it's kind of resulting something kind of similar to what we had before with this end. We have to move this further back, but yeah, so we can add, and then, but like, see how the top is now smooth? It doesn't look like it's clipping through geometry, but rather it's like fading through the atmosphere. And then let's add our, reintroduce the lighting. Oh, I think I have this like flipped. Okay. I don't know, maybe not. It's kind of working. Or maybe I just have to do a color, like manual color ramp. Or maybe I have, you know what, I could set, because we have a dot product anyways, we can, instead of having this use our light source, we can actually set like a nighttime color, like a daytime color and a nighttime color for this. Yeah, why don't we just do that? So we can have like a day color and a night color. And then over here, color, yeah, we have the alpha set to there, but then we also have this dot product value, so we can use that as like a means of, we can remap this. Or there's a way we can do this. We can have like, we can pass in the sunlight directly, the direct normal of that, and then we can use that to get a separate dot product and then do the day-night cycle, day color and night color thing. But yeah, it's coming together, dude. It's actually coming together. Like even this simple thing. Okay, something's gone awry there. Oh, because we changed the name of the property, that's why. But if I go into that shader again, and we change this color back to daytime, nice. And then we can even add this other, because I like this division property here. But we can make this like 5 instead or something. And now we hit up. It straight up does feel like a daytime. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I have to play around with this value a bit more. The smaller it gets, the brighter it becomes, and more it feels like a day. But yes, dude, this is it, man. This is how we. This is how we do it. Yeah, we have to make the nighttime feel better, but we'll get there. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's coming, dude. It's coming together, man. No, I don't use GPT. Said hi. What's up? Smooth by angle shader mentioned. Let's go. 30 degrees. Yes, sir. Says halt. Oh, brother. Okay, I'm actually very happy with this. I'm extremely happy. Okay, it's 4:20. It's 12. I'm breaking my sleep schedule again. I hate it. I like getting up early in the mornings for work, but man, sometimes you can't halt the progress, right? You can't halt the progress. What I was doing, I was working on a shader. I was making the visuals of the sky feel more like a sky, and have it respond to the player in a particular way. And yeah, there's things we need to do. I know what we need to do, but I don't want to do it. But at the same time, I kind of feel like we need to. It might be easy enough to do it. I mean, I have a global shader property here for like a directional light, I believe. Yeah, there's a sun direction, a global sun direction property that I can access. So I could just throw this into this inverse Fresnel as a property right here. It actually already exists, so I can actually just reference it. So we can do floats sun dot. We have this property now to work with. They already have. We can do a dot product between this and our normal. And then the more this faces the sun, or the more it matches the direction of the sun, the more we'll use that. Cool. And the more it doesn't, then the more we just use the nighttime color. And for the nighttime color, so we have to remap this to be. So I know we have to multiply this by 0.5 f, and then we need to add 0.5. So this can be a 0 to 1 value range. That's what we need to do. And then once we have that, we can do like this here, color equals blurb, and it's gonna be night color, day color. Probably backwards, but we'll just use this, and we use the sun dot product value to go between them, and then we set our color based off of that, and then we set the A value manually because it's using a different dot product value, and then we can go into the shader and we can set like, hey, this is going to be purple for nighttime, and we should also have a appropriate name for these two colors. So this would be day color, night color, and then we can just run it hopefully, and it just works. Okay, and if this works as intended, that's not how I intended it to work. I guess that's exactly how you'd expect it to work, but now we're like in the scary world. This is like, it's like heaven and hell. Like, it looks like we're going to like happy time and then like evil time. That's not the intention for this. Maybe I shouldn't do like do this on per pixel, but rather have these be done like somewhere else. It's kind of crazy. It's also a weird color. It's like red when it's supposed to be like a purplish color. Maybe it's the issue with compositing. I don't know. Okay, it looks more like purple. This is so jank, dude. This is so jank. Oh man. Trying. I did not manage to beat Brotato. It's a cold night. It's a pretty cold night. Sleep on the floor, no blanket, just for the life experience of it. It'll make you strong. The trauma will grow you. Alright. I like the look, actually. Yeah, we're going to have to fine-tune it more. We're just trying to get this working. Either way, I think that's enough for today, though. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hanging out. I appreciate the company, and hopefully, maybe you got to appreciate the process of it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Maybe you learned something from it. Or hopefully, maybe it was just a nice, relaxing background sound to have. Either way, thank you for hanging out for this entire time. And hopefully, I hope you a good day or a good night, a good rest. And as always, until next time, God bless and stay cozy. Ta-ta.